We are live tonight here on American Zombie. Like to say what's up to everybody. Tonight the subject is what Alexis June had asked last night about religious zombies. We should do a stream on religious zombies, which is a great idea. We saw last night how music, the influence of music is it has so many angles to it, but we clearly see that it can create zombies that wear their own type of uniform, behave in a certain manner, and buy more albums to keep themselves zombified. You see people that have followed musicians through their entire career, almost as bad as the football and basketball and baseball, the sports zombies. The thing about the music zombies, though, is that they might have something, a little, that might have a little bit of knowledge in it. The zombie can always bring you something that the unzombified might see, take into account, and be like, wow, I need to be careful that this doesn't zombify me. Some songs have meaning. Some songs will mention something that is going on in society. They'll be singing about the ailments, heartbreak, and things that they've been through, where the person that listens and thinks, not just listens for entertainment, can discern, okay, I don't want to fall into that scenario because this person was heartbroken and experienced that and made a song about it. Like one instance, there's a song, I think it was by Cat Williams first. First Cut is the Deepest. Now, that song was made by many other musicians. They covered it several times, different versions. I think Sheryl Crow was one of the more recent ones. First Cut is the Deepest, indicating that the first love, the first person, the first imprint that you have with somebody you fall in love with is the deepest when you break apart. That cut, as they metaphorically talk about it to be, is the deepest. It is always there, which is why I've written extensively on things that can happen when people pair bond. So that's just one instance. But with the religious zombies, again, what accompanies religion? Music. Music. We have people in churches, the gospel, the chanting of other cultures. These have a way of keeping people in a state of mind control. It can also have a way of healing, of creating a community, a congregation, which that's what they call the group of religious sometimes, a congregation, their congregation, when everybody is congruent. It kind of eliminates individual thought. If you've ever encountered religious zombies, and you're thinking for yourself, you'll see that they all act in a cult-like manner. Only a few might question it, and those that do, some religions will chastise them if they decide to wake up and leave. The zombies will follow. Some religions will get even more violent with them and indicate in their so-called scriptures that a person should, some of them indicate that harm should come to them. In my opinion, I think that this is something that does not benefit the goodness of humankind. We need to do something a little better to support each other. Mr. X, brother, thank you for the support, bro. Always, man. Appreciate it, man. I put the link to the top of the chat. If you want to hop on, anybody wants to talk about the religious zombies, which I made the thumbnail to show that this is all religions, man. This is people that get caught up in the religious zombie. A lot of people that are religious zombies claim to have a high IQ, and even people that are not religious zombies, which, well, they think they're not, but they try to claim to be atheist or evolutionists, which is a religion. So we see that is another form of religious zombie. Mr. X, what's up, bro?
Good to see you, MD. Glad you're streaming again, and this is going to be a good topic. I think we can get a lot of information here about this.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I definitely. Alexis had mentioned it last night, and yeah, he's right, man. Religious zombie is is very important because we see that there's a big difference between spirituality and religion.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of people could confuse it, but I've heard some people say that religion is when you pray outwards, spirituality is when you pray inwards, when you or both actually, when you acknowledge the outer and the inner, not just one or the other. And we also see how using religious has zombified people. It's not only that it can, but it actually, we have instances like Jonestown in Guyana with Jim Jones, who created the Kool-Aid cult, the Heaven's Gate cult. Japan has had several instances of cult leaders. Manson, we've had our own over here that pushed people to commit atrocities. If they can believe absurdities, then they can create atrocities. So this is a fact that has happened throughout history.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely. I think the religious zombies, though, and one thing you're going to find, a lot of times they're worshiping the leader of whatever church or whatever cult. They're not really worshiping a creator so much as like in Jonestown, they worship Jim Jones himself. Uh, and I think you find that a lot, especially in some of the even your Christian denominations, these churches, the guys you see on TV. They're really more worship. It's more about glorifying the preacher, glorifying the minister, or whoever's the one speaking to the audience, than it is some type of non-physical creator. I just noticed that.
yeah, yeah. We see it with the way people act in the congregations of, and this is my opinion, of Jesse Duplantis, I think it is, where he brags about a chandelier in his house being over $300,000. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Creflo
Olstein,
Dollar, remember
yeah,
him?
oh yeah, and to tell people that when the church needs money, they demand them give money, right? But if
Mm-hmm.
they need money, they tell them pray to God.
Exactly.
So it just easily common sense can look through it. And then to make it the blatant thing is that they flaunt the wealth that they have extracted from the people that are actually looking for some type of spiritual path.
Mm-hmm.
I think another one, in my opinion, what was his name? He's Kenneth Copeland. Oh my
Oh
goodness.
yeah, he's terrible. Yeah.
Oh man, the look in his eye is like a straitjacket level of asylum, and
Mm-hmm.
it just he owns airplanes. And one newscaster had interviewed him, and she called him out. She called him out, and you've seen his response.
Mm-hmm.
They're extremely immature. One of the more charismatic ones is Joel Osteen. I mean, he has
Oh yeah.
casted a wide net, a spell that has caught many of my family members in the religious spell. You can't
Oh, they're
really
part of
say.
Joel Osteen. They like him too.
Oh yeah, man. They kind of woke up a little bit to Joyce Myers. I said,
Mm-hmm.
she kind of reminds me of the Joker with her smile,
Mm-hmm.
kind of. She is in the Joel Osteen camp, I think. And I used to call her the God bully because she's always bullying people about, to believe in what she thinks God is. And Olstein is he's a slick one, man. He's a slickster. He
Yeah.
is a slickster. Yeah, they try to interview him about stuff, and yeah, that guy casts a very wide net, and he's caught a large audience. My nephew, has read all of his books, and you
Mm-hmm.
can't even talk to him about it. He's like, oh, if you don't believe in this, then you're lost or something.
Well, you know what you should say to your nephew? You should say, "Are you glorifying God or are you glorifying Joel Osteen?" That's what you should say to him
Yeah,
because
he's in such in a state of mind control that he would say God, that he would
not
say that, yeah,
Joel
that this
Osteen.
is,
That's
yeah,
Joel Osteen. He's glorifying.
exactly. And we know, you and I know it's Joel Osteen. And it's sad because my other nephew, he's aware of it and
Mm-hmm.
he stays quiet. He knows how to say, look, I can't say nothing or the other zombies are gonna attack. And one time they took a picture in the church and they had the big cross behind it with a figure draped on the cross, which was kind of morbid.
Hmm.
It was kind of morbid. I think the philosopher Wayne Dyer, who passed not too long ago, he mentioned that his daughter, she used to go to Catholic school, and she told him she didn't want to go anymore because she said that room, it's morbid with the character or the person hanging, basically it's like a cult of death or dying, she perceived it to be. And he said, okay, you don't have to go to Catholic school anymore. And the
Hmm.
school told him, like, oh, well, she doesn't have to go in the room. And he goes, nah, she just doesn't, he kind of was smart enough. He passed, I think a couple of years ago. And, it really, anybody can look at that. It's like, why do you have that morbid type of thing? Why wouldn't it be something that is, saying, all right, love, caring for one another, not
Yeah.
these stories, yeah, about you should do something to your fellow person. And then if, because the one thing I give the Christians in America and stuff, people, even though they have been abused, they can leave. They
Hmm.
can leave the cult. It's tough. They will experience some type of outcasting, but in other religions it gets even worse,
Yeah.
where the people don't know what to do, and they're good people. They just stuck. The religious zombies around them are so watchful and aware, and they sense, oh wait, are you going against the doctrine? Then you must be, in my opinion, from what I see around the world, they punish them. I mean, there's countries that still have stoning. For a country
Hmm.
to stone somebody, to bury them partially
Yeah.
and stone them until they're ended, that says a lot about what religion does to a person's mind.
But I think we gotta define religion as something that is inescapable. You're either going to be what we know as a typical religious zombie, or you're going to be a political religious zombie. You're meant. I believe that the human person is meant to worship something, and whatever that is, they're going to be zombified by it. Um, it's just the way I think the Creator made us. So we're going to have to worship something. We see it. Somebody, they might not be religious, they might not be political, but there's always going to be something that they're going to hold in high esteem. There's always going to be something. So,
If
yeah.
that, yeah, if that's true, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we got to say, okay, what would be the best thing that they
Mm-hmm.
could worship that would benefit them?
Mm-hmm.
And one, I want to say possibly nature, because nature provides life, food, air, water, land. It makes me wonder if did whatever group or singular created that created everything basically, or is there a difference between a creator that creates humans or life forms as opposed to the environment? Because the environment does seem artificial. It seems like the construct of reality is is just very odd. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, if we have that in us, if we were made with that, was it a good thing? Was it can it be overridden? Can we
I don't think
override
so.
that feeling,
I don't
And
think so.
yeah, if not, then what is it that because we can see people get a little crazy on worshiping nature too.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Of course. Of course.
yeah.
It's
So
everything.
yeah. So at that
The
point,
environment.
yeah, it makes me wonder, like, now we start to see that this may have been implanted in us as a form of mind control, to say,
Mm-hmm.
okay, they will adhere to it, or maybe there's a way to minimize it. And I think minimizing, I think that's why things are always trying to prevent us from thinking, because that prevents it. Brother Arabian, good to see you. Christian Max are here. What's up, guys? Always a pleasure, bro. Yeah, man. I mean, I I can't say nothing that is against somebody who really believes and just saying, you know what, this is what helps me keep going, and that's okay.
Well, we're
As
all
long as
living for something, MD. We're all living for something.
um I would think, yeah, but I think what's very important that I'm seeing is trying to realize where we're going. And now nobody has the answer to that. That's actually a frightening thing that most people do not want to think about.
Hmm.
Because if we really think about it, it can't be what we think it is.
That's why we got to be open minded. Really got to be open minded
Mhm.
and take everybody's opinion. Take it with a grain of salt, of course. But just be open minded and look at the evidence. And if the evidence leads to a place that we don't like, but the evidence supports it, we got to go with it either way. You know what I mean? We can't base the answer on our own preferences. That doesn't lead to truth. That just leads to another lie.
Exactly. We if we can't change the evidence to fit our belief. We're
Yes,
supposed to
exactly.
change the belief to fit the evidence, to say, expand the belief, to say, hey, Scribe and I were debating about it a little earlier, a little bit of arguing about the book. And he's wondering, like, how will I defend certain points? And I
Right.
said, well, there's no defense when you bring evidence up. So I'm bringing, like with evolution, both you and
Hmm.
I know this clearly. We know that when we present this evidence, we're not uh, debating with somebody or any type of verbal argument. We're presenting evidence, and if they can't assimilate it or understand it, they're zombified. They
Yeah.
are in denial, and we see this like you and I. It's so funny. Once we ask a question, they go right into like a it's like a mode of trying to explain to us how evolution works,
Yes.
right?
Exactly. Textbook definition. Yeah.
it's it's hilarious, man. Alexis June, brother, thank you for the support. He says, Jake, just another kneeling entity.
Wow. Alexis, bringing it
Oh
hard.
man, that's a good one, man. I don't know if he's gonna hop on. I mean, religious zombies topic. Uh Hopefully, yeah, man. Thank you, brother. It he is has knelt down to it. Jose says an answer with evidence, but many answers are possible. No, an answer with evidence, no, but many answers are possible. I don't fully,
I don't grasp that either.
yeah, I didn't grasp that. The best way to live a religious life is just to be a decent person first, leading by example, and proselytizing should be second. Yes, yes. Even proselytizing, it's very to spread it is you wonder. You got to be careful because you could have a life being decent, right? And
Hmm.
you could proselytize it and do it to the wrong people, and they can use that to control other people to create something like a war or something like that. We've seen, but yeah, you're right. The best way is to just be a decent person, is to care for one another. Gaia, good to see you. Found a good one. Catholic. Oh man, does that? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is that an anagram, bro? Does every word? Oh
Mm.
my goodness! If that's an
Yes.
anagram,
Nice one.
oh, bro, I got to give you a lot of credit on Abrahamic religion, Aboriginal chimera. Oh
Wow.
my goodness.
Look at that. Nice one.
Look
He's
at
good.
that.
This Gallus the Sage.
Oh yeah, Gaia the Sage. Yeah.
I'm not familiar with him.
I think he's from Gnosis's stream. Thank you for
Oh,
being here too, bro. Thank you, man. Wow, this is just amazing. That it's like the one Catholic saints, and then it spells into
oh,
Satan cloth or something like, yeah, something like that. I forgot. I don't think I have it uploaded anymore. But thank you for those two, man. Incoming Christian zombie here. Oh my goodness. This is so real, man. And thank you, brother Arabian. I appreciate the support, man. Always, brother. Incoming Christian zombie, man. It just, you know, the fact that these words can be rearranged, respelled is the proper,
mm-hmm.
shows that spelling is there for a reason.
Yes. Yeah. Shows you reality is far more deeper than what we realize. Like we've been blinded to a lot of things. And it's like, when you show that movie, they see, it's like now you see something different. You didn't see it before.
Yeah.
I give you all
Yeah.
the credit in the world for producing that book, because the Secret Words definitely is an eye-opening book for sure.
Thanks. Thanks, man. I'm so glad that people are adding to it. I'm gonna have to put in the part two eventually, man, with all, and I'll give credit to everybody. Gaia, Alexis June had some great anagrams on a previous stream. Other people have added it in. And it's so great because that's what it's about. It's about writing secret words, saying, hey, look at this thing, and then other people build on top of it and teach
Yes.
me as well with different stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
The fire.
spelling, it's a spell, casting a spell. And then the spelling of these words, like we see with the newscaster, and then broadly casting, the broadcasting of the program.
Hmm.
Alexis says election results equals let's recount lies. Oh my goodness. This is so far beyond coincidence. It just really, this is some serious stuff. Thank you, man. This is great.
Start adding to the book here. We got some good ones coming.
Yes, this is going beyond. I mean, this is so great because, I mean, when I deciphered some of the bigger phrases like the U.S. presidential election, spelling elite hustlers in a, I think I have it up here.
In a deception.
Yeah, in a yeah, elite hustlers in a deception.
Yeah, I
I
bought the
mean,
book, so I remember.
yeah, man, this is, and thank you, man. This is like, it's like almost unbelievable. It's like, wait a minute. Then you check every letter and say, wow. Kind of like this one, election results. Let's recount lies. So
Hmm.
it's letting us know that they're just counting lies. They know that the poll isn't putting that person in. It's spelling the words, respelling of the words. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the containment unit, the ward, like Nazi is saying, the ward. Let's decipher MLD's original. Yo, you are hilarious, bro. You are hilarious. Yeah, man. That wow, man. This is spelling is like, it's very amazing. And Gaia, man, with this thing, Aboriginal chimera. So a conglomeration of Aboriginal possible beliefs is the Abrahamic religion. This is just beyond. I mean, this is beyond stuff, man.
Yeah,
The election.
really.
I mean, you guys are taking it to the next level, and that's so beautiful because now
It
we're
is.
all learning together.
It is. Yeah, that's what I'm about. I'm open-minded. I know for a fact I don't know everything, so I always like to keep an open mind, and that's how I learn. That's how I build, myself.
Yeah.
And when you talk to these evolutionists, boy, they know everything about everything. I mean, I've seen them. I mean, literally, there's not a question they can't answer. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
they know what people were thinking 200 million years ago. It's incredible. I mean, I give them all the credit in the world because I could never figure that out myself. What somebody was thinking in the BC era. So
and they say it in a way that's so confident that it'll make a person who's not thinking believe it. Like they'll say it like it happened. And if you think, you're saying, wait, there's no way you could know that. There's
mhm.
no, it's like they are there was a researcher, Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson. So they're really doing research on ancient civilizations. And Flint Dibble is a paid archaeologist. So he's paid to say what the establishment basically tells him to say. My opinion is seeing that clearly. But anybody could really look at it more in depth and see that, yeah, he might be what someone would call a well-paid liar. And his ego is so bruised by Graham Hancock and these guys coming out with evidence showing that things need to go deeper. He's with the fake Professor Dave now. And they are, yeah. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, man. He says, are military generals puppets, or do they actually know their job and how to get it done? Military generals are officers that were in for decades. No, absolutely. You're right, man. You're absolutely right. That military generals have been in for decades. Once you get past 05, which is a lieutenant colonel, it gets political. You have to be like they have to decide, are they going to give you a full bird colonel? So that's why they would always say a lieutenant colonel is the silver leaf, the major is the golden leaf, before that is the captain, then the lieutenant is the silver bar, and the cherry lieutenant, the second lieutenant, is the gold bar. So gold bar, silver bar, 2 bars is a captain, then a major, golden leaf, lieutenant colonel is a silver leaf, and then you can get the full bird colonel, which is the bird, the eagle, and then 1-star general, 2-star general. 1 star is brigadier general. Then I think oh man, the second one is a major general. Then I think a lieutenant general, and then a 4-star general. And then they have the general of the army. So yeah, they are puppets, but they do know how to do their job. So like General Patton, for instance, he was a puppet that did what he was designed to do, which was get the results of World War II, which we still, it's still up for debate, because we know the illusion runs deep. But then he eventually saw how he was used as a puppet, thinking, and openly saying, if he said it, about fighting the wrong enemy, and then what? Within a very short time, he was ended in a way that is very suspicious. Other generals too. I forgot his name, but he achieved 5-star general, I think, a little later on. I forgot his name, but I was just looking up some stuff on it earlier the other day. And then, of course, the general that became a president, General Dwight Eisenhower. So now we're seeing that if somebody says our country isn't like somewhat militarized, it's like, well, then how does a general become president? Ike, they pushed Ike like constantly pushing Ike. Oh, wow. Guy is on fire, man. General equals enlarge. Wow. Because it enlarges the service. The Air Force and Army brass, the officer rank is exactly the same. The Marines, I think, has a little change, and the Navy is different. A general would be considered an admiral in the military. Alexis says Patton knew the war was BS and he was ended. The fact that he came out with that, you're right. You're right. It does seem to be, in my opinion, I clearly think it's something because of that. Yeah, MacArthur, General MacArthur, man. Yeah, General MacArthur is another one, man. So we have Patton, we have MacArthur, and then we had that other one I was looking up the other day. He actually achieved 5 stars too. I forgot his name. Let me see if they have it here. 5-star generals. 5-star generals. I wonder if there was one of the Air Force. 5-star generals. Yeah, so it's the high. It refers to the highest rank. So generals of the army, and it has to be in wartime. So Eisenhower, MacArthur, while 4-star generals are the highest in peacetime, right? So 5 stars include General Eisenhower, Marshall. I think that might have been the other one, the one that I was talking about. MacArthur, General Arnold, General Omar Bradley, and General Nimitz, General King. Wow, there's a lot of them. Hazley was of the Navy, so that's a 5-star admiral. 4-star generals, full generals. So those are commanding forces. We have 44 active ones there. And a general of all of the armies, that would be considered a 6-star general, a title for George Washington, John Pershing. So not only, we have the guy that controls the entire army, the 5-star, and then it's not an actual rank, but these are things. These are forms of mind control. These are clearly forms of mind control. I think Colin Powell was a 4-star, and then he became, from 4-star, he went to Secretary of State. So he was extremely high level. Thoughts on General of the Army Eisenhower, who would later go on to become the president. Eisenhower was seemingly handpicked. There's something very odd about that. Like, we have to look into it. He seems to be maybe, I want to say one of the ones that might not have been as tyrannical as other presidents, but the more we look into it, the more that comes up. So Eisenhower, funny enough, his granddaughter or his great granddaughter, I think, she does ancient alien stuff. She was on the panel in Manhattan of an ancient alien lecture. Eisenhower's great granddaughter, actually. But him himself, when I think about Eisenhower, uh, I don't know if he's been it's anything that's been exposed. I'm seeing if there's anything. The Sherman Adams Vicuna Coast scandal, where his chief of staff took gifts from a businessman. They all have something that the YouTube spy plane incident, where funny enough you get a rock group called U2 that eventually sold out, trying to play like they were so non-corporate, and stuff. But other perspectives, they say he was called the do nothing president. In the 50s, he was criticized for being too passive. But historians see it as deliberate and effective style of cautious leadership. I mean, these guys, we already know that they really are part of the zombie machine. They're clearly part. Um, Brother Arabian says Hago, Traviesto, and Eisenhower. I'm not really sure what that. I think that's Spanish. I don't know if Mr. X or anybody uh, understand that what that says. Jose, what's up, man? Welcome to the show. I don't know if you're there, but yeah, I just figured I'd mention that.
I was reading the comment by Lifestyle. He's saying that there's something traitorous from Eisenhower. So there's just something about Eisenhower's character that it seems like you can't trust him.
Hmm.
Uh, like treacherous or traitorous. I'm not sure the exact way to say it as a translation, but basically, yeah.
Hmm.
And like I came on because I wanted to explain. I'm gonna jump off in a little while, but I'll come back. But the comment that I had wrote about an answer, right? Because you're saying like nobody can give us an answer as to what happens in the afterlife or where we will be going to. It's like you have many answers, but you don't have a way to show a hard evidence of that. That's why I said an answer with evidence, no, but many answers are possible, right? Because at this point, it's true. Nobody for sure, because nobody themselves have actually gone to the afterlife or died and been resurrected in some sense of saying that, right? To know. So what happens when a person passes? And you think about it, and tied to the way that the topic of the show tonight. You said earlier when the show started about with religion and spirituality, the difference being like if you're praying outward versus inward or both, basically. And yeah, he's saying, "Hey, what's up, Jose?" I'm like, "Hey, what's up, Armor? Good to see you, bro. I hope you jump on the show if you want. Like, get a
No, Arabian. There's Brother Arabian. Yeah.
Arabian, yeah.
Yeah.
And I look at it like this, right? Because like I've said this before, it comes to a point, the topic of religion, you're absolutely right in the sense of a fanatic, an individual who can't understand that if some type of religion, a cult, a sect, so many, words been created to describe that is causing you to do harm or something negative in reality, then you have to question because the only thing I would say, when it comes to defending yourself, so anybody would have an inalienable right to defend themselves from somebody attacking them. So that's for sure. But you don't get to have the right to, if you disagree with somebody, to attack them because they disagree with you. If the disagreement is something that's like it's a matter of stopping somebody from doing harm to others, like let's say there's a culture that believes in sacrificing children. That's crazy. And No matter how, so if you could subdue an individual from doing something like that, that would be one answer. And if the situation goes to a point where, look, they're not going to allow themselves to be subdued, that they're going to fight to death, well,
Hmm.
they kind of decide this situation for themselves. But some people might say, well, because their religion says that they should be sacrificing, it's like, no, it's just no. You have to have some place of a common rationale to understand that there's no scripture or religion or anything that would be able to justify that
Hmm.
because it's just wrong,
Well,
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, Richard, there's no book that can tell you how to live. And in your opinion, this is
Right. I mean,
basically, yeah,
and I was, yeah, no, and I hear you about that.
yeah.
Now, I would say this much: the book, there are the scriptures or books of other cultures, religions. Yes, they do tell you how to live because this is the other tangent that I was going to go with this point.
Hmm.
They're all going to tell you, what's a right way to live or a wrong way to live.
Hmm.
But you have to take that information and decide why would that be a good frame of reference or not. And
Yeah.
the point would be what are the consequences either way, right? And it gets to the point of just saying, look, it goes beyond and in most people's cases, it's a matter of the ego because most people. I was speaking with a friend the other day, and and actually this was an interesting part of a conversation because we were talking about basically this, like life, religion, aftermath of life, consequences. And he told me, he said, if hell doesn't exist, then there's really no reason to not just do whatever you want in life. And right there, when he said that, I looked and I was like, I had a moment to want to continue the conversation, but we were on our way to something. And I said, if I go into disagreeing with him and saying like, look, because this is something of like of a like maybe most people who are religious get into this idea of the concern of the afterlife not because they care about how they feel about their lives in the present, but because they're in fear of what would be the consequences in the after. But to me, as an individual, I just think I want to live the life that I enjoy the most, but at the same time have respect for others, for nature, for the world, for you know what I mean?
Hmm.
Because one thing everybody does know is that you don't have to wait for the afterlife for a sense of karma or judgment or for things to blow back against you.
Well,
I
isn't
think. Go
isn't
ahead.
war worse than hell? Like, there's no innocent people in hell, right?
Okay, so now this was my point of the conversation when I was talking about this. I
Hmm.
don't believe hell is actually a real thing.
Okay.
I
And
don't
you
believe.
talking to a guy about this, or you just thinking
Yeah,
this?
yeah. This was a conversation, right? Yeah,
And
this was
what
a
was his
conversation.
religion?
So let's go with Christian.
Okay, and he was telling you about
Hmm.
the hell,
Yeah,
and
right,
yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
And I was saying, like, if you look at it from a biblical standpoint, there is no direct reference of hell in the sense of the burning flames and like the underworld or whatever,
Hmm.
right? Now, there's similarities to that you can probably tell, and this is what my guess is about a lot of what you have like sects or different denominations that stem from the Bible.
Hmm.
They kind of use that idea of God judging and or sending or somebody being cast to hell or something like that as a tool of fear
Hmm.
for people. And see, that's the part where a lot of people miss. And this is an opinion. You can disagree, man. And if you do, it's all good.
No,
I
no,
just
it's
hope.
opinion. If it's your
No, no,
opinion,
of course,
yeah.
no. Right, right, right. But I'm saying, like, even when it comes to opinions, I mean, I'm just saying, like, we both know, um, how a conversation can be that anybody can get emotional and even just upset at somebody's opinion, and that's okay. Like at the end of the day, we have to be all mature to understand that. Look, you may argue with a friend, and that ends the friendship because this argument happened, and it's tough because as a man you realize like at the end of the day your friend doesn't live your life for you and your friend can't decide what you should think and what you want to think and what you end up basically deciding. So
And
it's rough. You know what I mean? Like it's
yeah,
rough in
no,
the
it
sense of
is.
hmm
Especially when they're a friend. Sons of God says the Bible speaks of being cast into outer darkness, weeping. Which version of the Bible? Like, is it the King James?
I
Yeah,
thought
I
it was a
just
lake of
asked.
fire. I thought it was a lake of fire.
Or yeah, so some of
the
them
lake,
have different.
lake in Revelation is actually
Ali
specific.
Ali
Mhm.
says, as a Christian, most people have a view of hell that comes from Dante's Inferno and Greek mythology. Yes,
Yeah,
yes, yeah.
right. Yeah,
Yeah.
basically. But either way, right? Like let's just put that part of the topic to the side for just a second.
Hmm. Hmm.
My view about a lot of the issue that I see with people who are religious in any kind of thing is
Hmm.
because they're serving, let's say that their sacrifice of their lifestyle by abstaining or not abstaining from different things has to do with a fear of what may happen to them and their soul in the afterlife. And at the end of the day, that in itself is hypocrisy because if you do believe in a higher power, a creator, however you want to phrase it,
Is that zombieism? If they're believing in that, what you're saying is like the hell belief and like because we don't know where we're going. Like
or
that's
that's-
it's
yeah,
hard to admit that, and or it's everybody wants to know. It's like we're on this
or
train.
you're not sure, right? Like you say, like you're not sure,
We're not
but
sure,
but
but like
we have an idea. We probably have, and at this point,
all right, how
you
real is the idea? Like it's like saying
exactly,
you think
exactly.
you're gonna something is gonna happen tomorrow, right?
It could, yeah.
What? You know what I'm saying? So how do we know what's gonna happen? And if we are thinking we know what's gonna happen, how realistic is that?
Uh-huh.
Like trying to predict tomorrow is some serious stuff. It kind of gets us trying to predict the next what we go into, what people would call death, uh,
Mhm,
the next life.
mhm,
How do you even like even somebody might say, oh well, the Egyptians say you get
mhm,
judged and all of this. How do we know? It's like
mhm,
again, it comes from a construct from the living world.
mhm,
And the amazing thing, there are tales, they have the Katha Upanishad. If as Varun comes on, I think it talks about a Brahmin son who goes to, he keeps
mhm,
asking his father, like his father is sacrificing cattle to God. And he's saying, but wait a minute, you're sacrificing the old cattle that you were going to, you don't want anymore. How can that be good? You think God don't know, or whatever you're sacrificing these things to don't know, you're giving like nothing that you really care about. If you're going to do that, part with something like your best cow, or something like that. And the son kept bothering the father so much to where he said, you know what, man, go to basically hell. And the tale goes into the son going to hell, being cast to
mhm,
hell, and then he is waiting for the devil to ask him the question. And uh one of the demons say, look, we got this guy here, this Brahmin, and you know how they are, if you leave them too long, they're like fire, catch everything on fire. So the devil comes to answer his questions. And Azroon could go probably further deep into the story. Upanishad, it means, I think, the culmination of a story. So saying, listen closely. This is the culmination of the teachings, the Upanishads. And just like we have the Vedic texts, I think they're part of the Vedic texts. So the Upanishads. And it's odd that they would actually have that. Maybe it's metaphorical, maybe it's philosophical in a way where, oh, he's going to hell, or what people would conceive hell to be. Dante's Inferno with the different levels of hell, of the purgatory, the limbo, and all of that. It makes you wonder, like, okay, these are some really deep constructs of the mind. Like where we came from, we
yeah.
might be able to get some clues. We might, the book that, the book is, I'm really doing research on it. I mean, Scribe and I was getting into arguments almost because he's like, look, I want to make sure you're able to answer questions in a way that he would feel comfortable. But I told him, you don't really have to worry about that. I said, you have a religious belief, you have your thoughts about what you think about the earth and stuff like that. I said all of that is irrelevant to genetics. I said, now it can go further into that conversation later, but genetic disparities and things that we're seeing in the genome, in the environment, that's not up for debate. That's basically to see, is this person accepting the evidence or not? Like something in the water, Teflon, the fact that it can get into, these PFAS can get into people's bodies and you can measure it. That's not up for debate. It gets into the water and it gets into the body. That's it.
Yeah, yeah. We're going to get on like kind of like a side tangent too
Yeah,
with
I'm
that.
just, yeah. But I
No,
did
no,
want
you're
Gaia is saying hell is quite unbiblical. Gehenna is the Jewish hell found within the Bible. The modern idea of hell comes from Dante's Divine Comedy. The cult realized the great manipulative power of the book. I mean, isn't there something where with the hell with Dante, there was a thing? No, Milton wrote something. It's better to rule in hell than serve in heaven, I think.
Yeah, he wrote that. That's right. I remember. I actually remember that from Star Trek, but I didn't read Milton. So, but I
Star
remember
Trek, Deep
Khan
Space
saying that's
Nine,
perfect or something.
Voyager had a great episode of some being like that disguised as the Captain Janeway's father, and tried to get her to come into like a portal. And she was at the moment of death and the crew is trying to save her, but all of a sudden she finds herself in a part of the ship where she's alone with this entity that looks just like her father, and he's saying, I've come to take you there. And she goes, you know what? She goes, I just get the feeling that you're not my father, because my father would tell me to resist, to not go willingly. Why do you want me to go through that portal? And then it eventually comes out in the episode that he's like some type of demon saying, oh, I would have fed on your energy for a long time. Wow. Because it's a really good episode. I mean, Star Trek, I think some of them are kind of atheistic, but like I say, a broken clock is right twice a day. You can learn from everybody. You can learn a good model of existence or a horrible example of what not to be.
And that episode, people have those kind of stories about seeing relatives and knowing that, no, that's not my relative. That's
something can come disguised as that, trying to get you to lure you into.
Yeah, hell is a disguise for seeing if a person really wants to be in heaven or not. It's just and that's okay, fine. You want to say that's an opinion, sure, but it feels to me more so that most cultures and religions do describe a valid existence of a place of paradise that you could that equivalates to being something like heaven, or the idea of that, and that the service, like your existence. Show basically the way that you lived is judged as, are you worthy or not of being in there or not?
What they're saying. And Gaia the Sage, you're right. It is Voyager. It was Catherine Janeway, the captain, that was there. I think, it wasn't Deep Space Nine, but Deep Space Nine is amazing though. It definitely. But Sons of God, and I understand you're religious, man. If 100,000 millions of people are wrong, they're wrong. It don't make it right. So I get what you're saying here. So you're saying the thousands of hell testimonies people have, hard to say they would all be a coincidence. Because ignorance has no prejudice, man. No matter what color, creed, gender you are, ignorance has no prejudice. It'd be happy to infect the mind. And when we see the more people we see believing in something, the more we should think, stop and ponder. It says, when you see the crowd going one way, you need to stop and go the other way. You need to contemplate what is driving the crowd, because now individualism is gone. Individualism does not exist in a crowd. So it's a sign, and I understand what your name is, Sons of God, but really it's Sons of the Gods. So it's a plural sons, like you say, but it's also a plural gods. And it's hard for some people to grasp, to accept that it could be that. But how do we really know? How we can look through scriptures, we can look through Sumerian tablets, Anunnaki stuff, all of that. But I decided to look through genetics. to say, okay, one thing they don't explain is the differences. Some people might say, oh, well, the seven moles and stuff like this. And that those differences or these differences we see throughout everybody, evolution wants to use that to turn us against each other. We clearly see that. We clearly see them trying to, oh, well, people come from apes and these people are closer to those apes than other people. That was the original part of it. And it still goes on today. And this is why people will look at people more closer to animals than not, more so-called evolved.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, look at the people in the zoos, like we mentioned.
Yep.
I was shocked to find out how much it was more common than I realized. The human
That
zoos were very common.
Yeah. That little girl in Belgium was horrible. I mean, you have a little black girl basically in a bamboo cage or fenced around in bamboo, and they're giving her fruit to eat. The picture is frightening, and I think that's what sparked Rod Serling to make that episode People Are Alike All Over, where the crew goes to Mars, and surprisingly enough, you see everybody look like Eloy from the Time Machine, the Eloy, and they create a house for him, and then when he looks out the window, you see the sign underneath, Earth creature in its natural habitat.
Yeah.
And that is, Rod Serling had a beautiful way, instead of coming out and just saying, well, it's horrible what they're doing to putting people in zoos. He made an episode that would reach many more people. Another one that was really good is The Monsters Live on Maple Street, I think it was called.
I remember that one. Yeah.
That was showing how quick we turn against each other. And at the end, it shows that it was something behind the scene. In a room saying, you see, we turn off a few lights, we do this, and immediately they attack each other, showing just how civilized are people. Just how civilized are they? And the Buddhists, I mean, in all of them, look at the stuff that came out with the Dalai Lama, the when he said, suck my tongue to that kid. I mean, everybody forgot it. What was that? Not 2014, but it was more recently, I think that happened. He literally said that to the kid, and the parents in the audience laughed.
Yeah,
I mean, hey, you could do that. I mean, there's got to be definitely some level of fanaticism with the Dalai Lama and all that.
Why would somebody say that though?
Oh, and you say that. Imagine any normal person say that to any normal adult with their child. Just imagine the actual reaction that would happen. It's so real, the brainwashing and the veil, a spell, and the Bible does talk about this, that there's like a veil, a spell, like an illusion over people from being able to see the truth in this world. And I'm sure that that's in something in all cultures and religions, that people are blind mentally because probably they can tell from the beginning forces are brainwashing people to not see things for what they are. But at the end of the day, and this is why I get back to this specific point, and that I wanted to try to finish up this point that I was making. At the end of the day, if you have to believe in a heaven or a hell to walk in a spiritual way, this is why most people aren't truly any kind of representation of a religion or a spiritual following, because they're not doing this out of a genuine desire. There's a verse in I think it's the book of Joshua that talks about the prophet talking to the people to, if you find serving God a chore, like you don't like this, then get real with yourself basically, and just decide this day on whose side you are, because you're not.
Yeah, why can't you just think for yourself?
Thinking for yourself is cool. That's one way to be. You can think for yourself. Look, you can disagree, for example, with. And you asked me this actually yesterday. You said, "Do I find doing bad things enjoyable?" And you know what my answer was? I was trying to give you that answer, but we kind of like quickly brushed it off. It depends to who I am doing it to. It really does, because we all have a human nature that.
All right.
Okay.
Well, why?
Let me. I want.
Oh no, go ahead. Yeah.
I want to say this, for example, right? If you know somebody and they're not a good person, not because you judge them as not being a good person, but let's say they're definitely like a douche, right? Like I'm trying to say words that I don't start cursing, man. I'm trying to do better with that, so I hope you
That's
pay me.
good. Thank you so much,
Yeah,
man. I
yeah,
think
like
Alexis said Jake is not coming back on. The girl has full completely zombified. Yeah, he's singing hymns right now, man. He's straight.
could be, it
I
could be.
just I don't know. But Guy is saying it's disgusting. The human zoos devolved into wow, yeah, it's really messed up, man. It is really.
I saw one with Filipinos, a Filipina girl in the Coney Island Zoo. You can
Oh
look at.
my goodness. That is so sad, man.
I
It's
just saw one
just
right now, looking it up, and yeah, Filipino girl in New York's Coney Island exhibit 1906, Library of Congress. Human zoos. But there was
wow.
an article too about the guy, O- his Otea Benga, and
Yeah,
then
Oda Benga. Yeah.
yeah, they said some of the people in the news article said that they felt really weird about it, like when they
Yes,
saw
yes.
it,
You know
bothered
what was so messed up, was so dehumanizing,
them. Hmm.
is the fact that they had him holding a chimpanzee
Yeah,
to show like, oh, look. And I mean, it was so sad. He ended up ending himself, they said, years
right.
they because when they took him from a tribe in Africa, and then when he wanted to go back, he went back, his entire tribe was offed. So the
Mm,
same people that took us, so this is during colonization, like brutal. So he went to another tribe to marry a girl. I think it was from the Pygmy tribe. And when he married her, she got stung by a snake, got bitten by a snake, a poisonous snake, and passed. And the tribe looked at him as a bad omen. He had nowhere to go. He was already overstimulated and was begging basically the circus owner to take him back.
mm,
And it was just so sad when you look at the fact that they used this to push the the religion of evolution. Which, when look at somebody like the fake Professor Dave, when you see the hatefulness in that person, the fact that he's so large on YouTube, and that he every video, oh, how he crushed so and so, how he destroyed this guy, talking about pseudo scientists, when he himself is basically a clown, in my
yes,
opinion. That
he is a pseudoscientist himself because
a
none of his
straight
beliefs
clown.
can be proven.
He
No,
he he's like a parrot, a clown parrot, like a conglomerated thing. And it's so like sad to see that so many people are. It shows you the cult of evolution. It shows you so many people that fall into. I remember one time I left a comment years ago from Smash. He responded to it. Out of the hundreds of comments that he didn't respond to that were agreeing with him, the one that disagreed, he responded. And I said, this guy is so immature. It's so sad because he
hmm,
has children. I mean, the children's only hope is that if their mother cheated, and that ain't the father. I mean, that's the only hope. When I look at some of these children of some of these so-called, they're not men, they're males, immature. I mean, imagine seeing your father, that's what he does for a living. It's
but
like, huh?
that cult of evolution is backed by the United States government. That's the
Yes,
problem.
yes,
And
it
the
is.
mainstream. So people just accept it. If it's
Yeah,
mainstream, they accept it. If it's in the colleges, they
It, it,
accept
it's
it.
been it's been brainwashed upon us, Mr. X. Once something, there's a reality to just once you repeat to people the same message at an early enough age of influence to the point that they, at that time they take it as the truth, and that this is you can't, like trying to change their mind is lying to them basically. That's the illusion, that's the veil, that's the spell that there is from the beginning. And this is not just only particular to the United States. This is all over the world. No, I'm sure there's no culture that is trying to teach their, from the age of when children are going into education, and that they're actually being separated from parents. And even then, the parents themselves are probably brainwashed too. But all cultures of all the worlds are definitely teaching children something that is of its zombified nature, like to keep it in the sense of like openness to say like, look, if certain things are just zombie in nature, and I get that, and everybody that has some of it in some extent, but there is always order. And I mean, I hear what MD says about a better example of a father. But even then, that doesn't change a person's life in the sense of who will they ultimately become based on
Yeah.
what their soul becomes. Because any child, if we're gonna go into the sense of
Well, the
like,
kid
okay,
might escape it. He might. It's like how Alexis is saying, is Professor Dave a puppet, or does he actually believe the false narrative? I think it's both.
Puppet.
He's a puppet that believes the false narrative. He is a zombified by his own trauma of something that most people that fall into evolution the way he does and praise it the way he does have been abused by something religious in the past.
Hmm.
With many people, whether they were addicted to porn, whether they were an altar boy, something happened in the confessional booth. There's always a story there. And
uh,
to tell a child that what the parent thinks of existence and to push that upon the child is to me a form of child abuse.
Yes.
Because we don't.
uh,
It,
yeah, but every parent has the right to raise their child to, like
I
the
don't think
way
they have that
he is
right.
in
I
that
don't think
regard.
they have that right. You don't
Right,
have
right,
the
right.
right to
If
abuse.
physically, no, for sure, physically you can. You
Mentally,
should,
mentally, to mentally
but
abuse, that's mental
but
abuse.
but that's debate. But that would be debatable to say. Okay, you'd have to establish
I don't think
what
it's
would be
debatable.
correct.
Think about it. All right, you're a kid. Do you
No,
think
I
that
hear you. I'm saying,
you
do
think
you hear
somebody got the right to do that to you as a kid?
indoctrinate the child? Like, is that
Mental
what you
abuse. That's meant
what,
indoctrination is a form of
define it based on your opinion to
no, no,
say
not my
if
opinion.
if
Based on
it's
us as adults right
indoctrination based
now,
on culture.
the
See, that's
fact
what
that
I said before.
culture. All right,
No, no.
culture. Think about it.
Mhm,
Nobody is right about what they believe in. If they are going to tell the child, look, we don't know. These
mhm,
religions say this, and
mhm,
evolution is included in that. But
mhm,
we don't know. And the one thing is, you treat people with respect, you treat them good, and you act in a certain manner. That's probably the best way to say, look, I'm going to be the best thing a parent can do is be there for the kid and not push them to fall into the same beliefs that they have. Because wouldn't you want your child to be better than you? All religions don't strive for that. They strive to be like the parents. And it's like a form of abuse when you hear somebody that's born, into I don't think anybody's born into a religion. You have to choose that. You have to be indoctrinated into that. That's the ultimate grift. To say you were born into it, you can't get out of it. You can't get
So
out of it. You were born
the
into
point,
this.
the point that you're, I feel, making is to say you have to allow them to make a choice. So you have to show it to them, and I'll just allow them to make the decision.
And they still might make a difference. They might say, you know what, they're converting to some religion. And you're like, holy smokes. It's like you said, you can only do so much.
Right. And I mean, that's the thing that I would say, when it comes to parents and their children, especially at the earliest of age, right, when they're the most impressionable, the way that it seems that every parent, if they're caring, and this is, probably another perspective to say, well, a caring parent will push a child, right? Will to make sure that their child won't behave a certain way in society. And even then, that's not what, like, from what you're saying, and I understand, that wouldn't be necessarily correct because, and I even think there's a part where as a parent should be willing to accept that once they've done enough and a child makes decisions anyways, like obviously like once they become an adult by that point, you have to accept that what if you're a parent, and that's probably one of the hardest things as a parent, you have a bad child. Bad in the sense of rather than go with a better, maybe more
Is it a bad
sympathetic.
child or is it an incapable parent of raising a child?
See, this is the thing. You if you put all of the weight on the parent, then it's like saying what the child doesn't get to make choices.
No, the child can make choices, but if the
Independently
parent
of
if the parent raises them properly and lets
uh
them know that, listen, when you make a choice before you think, the choice makes you. When you
I'm
think,
saying this is why I would say I
if
just
you think
disagree with you.
first, you
I,
make
I
the
I I
choice.
disagree with. Well, I'm saying, like, I disagree with you to say even a parent who is the
But no,
best.
it's not disagreeing with me. Think about that. Just think about the
No, no,
state.
with the notion that you're saying, I do disagree with the
No, no,
notion that
it's not a notion. It's saying, all right, you go
or the
into a
point.
casino,
No,
right? And you just
no,
throw
no. flip the. I'm stay with what we're saying. Like stay with what we're saying because if you
Yeah,
change
no,
the,
okay. You make a choice and you don't think first. The choice just made you. You didn't make that
no,
choice.
the person has an impulse. That's what you're talking about an impulse.
But you're
At
not
that
making, you're using your impulse, which relieves you of
Mhm.
being able to make the choice because you were impulsive. You jumped before you looked. You leaped before you looked. If you
That's
look
correct.
before you
That
leap,
part is correct, but the person made the choice not can't made
no. They're impulsive. They didn't make the choice.
correct. No, 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 no,
The
no.
choice made
I
them.
The impulse is the desire and the action of jumping. So
Impulse,
regardless of whether I looked or
it
not,
prevents you
regardless of
from
whether I
thinking.
make the choice to jump.
Yeah, but it prevents you from thinking. You didn't. You just jumped.
No, nothing prevents anybody from
Wait,
thinking. We
I
just
do want
act.
to. I do want
We,
to say with Nazi, the parent does it or the world does it. If the parent teaches the child right, they can prevent the world from doing it. So, not like how we're here, not letting the world influence us because somehow we decided to think. So it's not just the parent or the world; it's also the teaching. Jose is going down a dark path. This is
no, like
the same
you're
type
missing
of
what
art. Hold
I'm
on, let me read
saying.
the
Go
thing
ahead,
first, and you can respond. Alexis, thank you. He says Jose is going down a dark path. This is the same type of argument evolution zombies make. It's
Yeah,
based on genetics, not culture. And he
yeah.
says, is Jose saying a kid being bad is due to his own choices and not his parents? So is that
Yes, I would say a 1000% yes. Because this is the thing. Regardless, at the end of the day, you have children who have been raised by what you would say would be model citizen parents. But what influence something may outside of the parents'
are they
control?
really model influence? Or did the parents make a
Brother,
mistake?
let me come on, brother. If you question every little tick for tack
No,
little
that's
thing,
wait. All right, now you're going into
it's
what
gonna go.
Alexis is right. You're going into the
No,
evolution zombie.
Alexis
When
is
those
not
people
right.
told me, why am I
Alexis,
questioning?
what do you
Think about
mean?
what you just said.
You're-
Why am I question? I should be able to question anything, and if
No,
you
because
can't
eventually
answer it,
you
if
get
you
to the
can't
point where
answer it, the correct
no,
answer
that's you don't let the
is you don't
actual
know.
question come forward. You're not letting the actual question come
No,
forward.
I'm asking a question, and you just said you're questioning
You're
everything.
asking a question of a question in a question. You
No,
get
I'm
what
not.
you?
I asked the
All
specific
right.
question that this guy stated here,
Yes, let's stay on the specific
and other
question. Go ahead.
people. Are you saying a kid being bad is due to his own choices and not his
To
parents?
his own
I don't think
choice.
he's saying.
Absolutely.
I don't think he's now. We got to think. Is he saying it in a way? Are you misinterpreting it? Like, what do you interpret
Okay.
this question
Okay.
as? Well, what do you
Okay.
think he's saying here? That's what we got to figure out because we
Okay.
could be misinterpreting this, right?
Okay. Can I answer that then?
Yeah.
Okay, so based on what Alexis is saying here, if I'm saying that a kid can be bad due to their own choice, yes, because eventually a child is conscious. Eventually, we all,
All right.
from
Now,
being
does the
children,
parent have any
and
influence on that from when they
the
previously
answer
raised
to
him?
that is yes. Of course, everything has an influence on a
Okay.
child. The
So his
child,
choice later on, when he's matured, it has some type of influence of what the parents did previously. That's what
Mhm.
you're saying.
This is what I could tell you, right?
I'm just trying to
Let me
clarify on what he's saying because
yeah.
this guy's saying Nazi's saying it's
Go
the
ahead.
fault of the parents if they're bad. So he's blatantly just saying,
No,
okay, this is
no,
a
hell no, no, yeah, you
yeah.
can't.
So
That's
see
what
the
I'm trying to
difference.
say.
I'm just trying to compare because Alexis had a very good question there. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support. He says, Jose, is a dog breaking through his owner's fence and biting someone the dog's fault or the owner for not training him properly? Wow, that's a deep one, bro. And that's so easily understandable. Thank you, Alexis, bro. Thank you, man. So he's asking you, Jose, is the
Mhm.
dog breaking through his owner's fence and biting someone the dog's fault or the owner for not training him properly? Because if the owner would have trained the dog properly, the dog can break through the fence and he's not going to bite anyone. You see, so even if the child ends up breaking what the parent, the parameters of what the parent put on him, he's not going to harm another individual. So, Alexis, this is an excellent scenario you put it in because you're right. Holy smokes, man! Well, what do you think about that, Jose? Because it's directed to you. Is a dog
Yeah,
breaking?
I know. I know it's
All right.
directed to me.
So
So
he's
just wait
basically
till you
it's a
have
yes or no question. He's saying,
it.
Jose.
Wait a second.
Wait,
You
wait.
get to have that.
I want
Go
to
ahead.
ask it so we make sure we got it, correct. Jose,
Okay.
is a dog breaking through his owner's fence and biting someone the dog's fault or the owner for not training him properly? So which one is it? Just a simple, is it the dog's fault or the owner's?
Bro, you know you placed
No,
so much and you use
no,
so much
I'm asking,
content.
bro. This if somebody
You are
asked me that,
so
all
much
right, all right,
content.
you want to flip it on me, and then we flip it
No,
back on you.
can I ask? Can I speak to you,
All right,
man?
no, but you're going to answer it without projecting. It's either the dog's
Oh
or the
God.
owner's fault. We want one or the other first, and then you can go into the explanation.
Okay, so you're gonna let me say a yes or a no answer, and then you're
And
gonna
and
let me.
then you can explain, of course. So which one is it?
No, okay, you said is it the dog's fault, right? The answer, yes to
Or
the
you
dog.
see what he said in the question. Let me highlight it
Right,
again.
keep the question up. Yeah, keep the question up.
All right.
Is the
So
dog making
yeah. So you
the
see it?
dog's fault? No, he's well. This is not a yes or
Or
no.
the owner,
It's
or
the
the
dog
owner
or the
for not
owner.
training him properly. And he's
Yeah.
got another one. He said Jose is dodging the question.
No, I'm
The
not,
question,
bro.
and
Chill
he's got
out.
a point. He's got a point. Okay, here's the
Let
question.
me.
Or
You're,
go
the
ahead. Look at
question
the
is it
question
the
and
dog's fault or the owner? So it's not yes or no. It's the dog or the owner, and to say who's the one at
okay.
fault.
Yeah.
Okay. The bottom line is you
Which
can't
one?
say
Which
it's
one?
not even.
First, which
I
one?
blame the owner. That's an easy answer. Easy
Yeah,
answer. We don't have to
the
circle.
reality is the owner's going to be the one who takes the fault, but the dog is going to suffer the consequences.
What?
That's the real answer. So you're right to say if
But he's
somebody
asking
owned a
dog or owner.
dog,
He's asking A
right?
or B. He's not asking for an explanation. He said, "Who would you blame?"
The person who's being bit is going to blame the dog and the owner. He's not going to just blame the dog. He's going to blame the dog and
What if
the
he
owner.
loves dogs? He loves dogs, so he'll blame the owner.
I mean, even when you love dogs, Mr. X, I mean, I have a love for animals myself. I've had pets before, but when when some owner n- uh
What if it's just a
neg
little dog? You know,
negligent, it doesn't matter what the size of the dog is.
Chihuahua.
All of them should be on a leash, number one. Every single owner of a dog should keep their dog on a leash unless they're
No, but he's
specifically
saying,
very.
see, you're changing.
Go
He's
ahead.
saying, say it breaks out of the leash. If he breaks out the leash, if he bites someone, he wasn't trained properly. So that is it the owner's fault or the dog's fault? That's what he's asking.
The
Yeah.
dog training falls on the responsibility of the owner.
Okay, so basically you're saying it is the owner's fault. So in other words, he's putting this as an analogy. So what the child does is the fault of the parent, basically.
Exactly.
No, yeah.
But the problem is this: a dog and a child are not the same.
Oh,
You know,
oh
you
my
and
goodness.
even then, let's
Yeah.
just
Alexa says, Jose, you do
yeah.
know the dog owner would get arrested for that, right?
Probably, or at least maybe a fine or citation of some kind. It depends, right, on what local laws are about that type of stuff. I wouldn't know them off the top of my head to say. It would probably really depend on to say how
Yeah.
adverse was the attack of the dog.
And let me answer, sons of
Go
God, bro. You're missing the whole point of this. We're not saying he shouldn't even break it. But yeah, you just totally missed. This
Yeah,
flew
he's
over
off
your
the
head, bro.
reservation with this.
Yeah, that flew over that guy's head. It just, and I appreciate it. Onieros, I think this is a new person. Did you guys see Russell Brand's humiliation ritual at the Turning Point USA? He made about Justin Trudeau insult. I mean, Russell Brand is definitely a plant, bro. I mean, we can get into that, but yeah,
ahead.
but
Probably a good
yeah,
one.
the door owner. Oh, Jose, I mean, Alexis, that's an excellent question, bro. It's
Yeah,
and I know
both
Mr.
are
X,
going to be both.
the
You
owner
know what I mean?
has to be. I mean, it's
Yeah.
clear.
And
He's
you can't blame the child either. Come on. A child is a child. He just
well,
came
it's
into the
showing that the
Well,
dog in
this
that
is the thing, right?
scenario.
when a
What's the child?
child is like 3 or
How
4
old
years
is
old,
the
the
child?
parent plays such a vital role.
Yeah, it's sort of like look at us, Jose.
Is
If you were to go
infant.
straight
Go ahead.
Manson, right? Would it be the influences of what your parents?
I'm a 34-year-old man, bro. You
I
can't
know.
tell me I'm a child anymore. You know what I'm saying? So even that has.
Okay. We'll take
That's
it
why.
into a
That's
better. We'll
why
take
it's
it
so
into.
unfair, MD. It's so unfair. You get to have all the context,
Okay,
defined
ask me the question.
around the
All right, then
thing.
ask me the
And
Throw
question.
the question at MD then if you think he
Yeah, then flip it back on me, and I'll give you I'll answer the way I think. Okay, maybe it's.
Alexis's question placed the blame squarely on one or the other. So you can't answer both, right? Just to say that in that regard. Alexis's question in the super chat about the dog's fault
No,
or
if
the
you're
owner's.
answering both, you're missing the point because the
No, go ahead. I know.
dog scenario is
Go ahead.
great because he's putting it in the concept of where it makes the question even better to say, come on, it's all laying on the owner. Because if you teach, it's sort of like saying, if you abuse a
Well, the
kid,
dog, but the dog can't be bad. What about if the dog's nature is bad? What if there is
so in
such
other
a
words,
thing?
you're taking the responsibility off the parent, then off
Yeah,
the owner.
that's what
The
he's
dog.
doing. Exactly.
There's a point. Okay, well, hold on a sec. Let me get this in. There's a point where even when you train the dog, even when you teach the child, eventually, with enough age and personality that's developed in either of these, organisms, to say it this way, they're making a choice all on their own. It has nothing to do that, oh, they're doing this because they just want to defy their
All right,
dramatic.
and you got a good point there. But could
Go
it
ahead.
go back to the fact that they didn't train him right to begin with? That it's like putting in a floor. If you put one tiling in the beginning crooked, at the end of putting in the floor, it's going to make a very big difference. You're going to say, "Holy smokes! I needed to correct this in the beginning." So the dog being correctly raised in the beginning matters for that outcome all the way down the line for the
You can't
65th
compare.
tile.
Your comparison
No,
doesn't
no,
hold
I'm
this.
giving you a good comparison. This
No,
is
no, no. The
examples.
comparison is not
Yeah,
correct because
it's kind of like
that
if I had my
animate
child when she was younger and I'm
alignment
always
and
using dirty
animate. Hold on, Mr.
language,
X, please,
then she
Mr. X.
Wait,
says
wait, hold on. We
something.
got
Is it
Jamal.
her fault?
Wait,
Is it her fault? So I reprimand her for using bad language if I'm using it all the time. Is that fair?
exactly. You
Yeah.
got a very good point there. You got a very Alexis
Uh,
brother. Thank you for the support, bro. He says, "Oh, here we go. The dog and child aren't the same thing. Under the court of law, they are." So a child, and he's saying this to you, Jose. He says, you're saying the dog and the child aren't the same thing. Under the court of law, they are. A child and a dog cannot consent. So and thank you, Alexis. And
Has the court ever changed the law?
and they have to be
Have the
taken
court?
care of by a guardian. Alexis, this is an
Okay.
Exactly.
excellent point. Thank you, brother,
Oh,
for the
yeah, no,
support.
definitely appreciate
And
Really
Alexis.
not that difficult. It really
Maybe
isn't.
no.
yeah, it's
I
not
want to
that
respond.
difficult to understand. I think Alexis got you on the unicycle, man.
Nah, nah. I think that there's a whole other thing that I could say about the situation, but I'm not gonna go that route with it, MD. I'm just trying to answer
No,
this as
please, you can express what you want
nah, bro.
to.
I ain't trying to, bro. I ain't trying to do all that right now.
Okay, okay,
Like I'm
but
just
wait, just hold on 1 second. Jamal, what's up, man? How's
yeah,
everything?
yeah. I mean, listen, yeah, I'm doing good. Listen, I just had to jump on the, like stream real quick, Jose. You are a brother. You are an OG. But I mean, the minute, like you mentioned, oh, like what if the dog's nature or the human's nature is bad? I had to jump on because this is going down a very dark path where the evolution zombie starts biting because the zombies evolution says, oh, this type of animal with this type of nature is going to like survive, while this animal with this type of nature is going to die. And this is the exact same stuff that they be using.
Yeah,
Listen, this whole nature thing is complete BS.
yeah,
It's all like culture. If you get a
oh,
black person and raise him in the UK, he has a UK accent. If you get a black person, raise him in the South, he has a Southern accent. There's no such thing as nature or not. It's all culture that dictates how you are raised and how you talk, how you are. Culture is everything, not nature. There's no bad nature that comes and affects you and turns you into an evil
oh,
person. That's
really?
just that's
You're
not the
funny.
way it
You're
is.
funny. Oh,
excellent.
no,
That's an
funny.
excellent point. That's an
No,
excellent.
it's not. I think it's
And
a, I think
let's be clarified on this. Culture is environment. So if somebody wants to put it on, oh well, it's the environment, the culture that the child is raised in, the culture. So go ahead, Jose. I know you want to respond to that. And yeah,
I
but
mean,
Alexa,
am I
thank
gonna
you,
be cut?
brother.
Am I gonna be cut off before I finish the point? I'm just
No, all
asking
right,
you, man.
you're gonna get to finish the point. Go right ahead.
All right. I'm gonna address what Jamal was saying, and then I'm
Uh-huh.
also gonna address the super chat, which Alexis, definitely a lot of respect and love for showing the support to the show with the super chat. But brother, I mean, I'm gonna start with Jamal. What you were just saying was what that a creature's, let's just say, like, just to be like broad with this, right? To include animals and humans. You think that living things don't have a personality or a nature, like an essence to them, in the sense of uh basically, like, if to say a soul exists within people, and potentially, when you look at the sentient life of animals, that it seems that they're expressing, things like empathy and compassion or sadness amongst themselves. You don't think that they have character? You don't think that that's something that's built in? to something that's alive. And because then you were saying something about evolutionists use that as some, or that there's something
They
about.
do. Yeah, they do. Then when
They
you
do.
bring in nature and all of that stuff, you're playing both sides. You're saying, okay, religion, and you're jumping. And he had a very good. Jamal brought that up very well. Jamal, you want to answer? Or?
No,
Yes,
go
yes.
go
I
ahead.
mean,
Just to phrase it again, so I could tell you the part that I disagree with. Because at this point, I will debate you on that point, but I already accept that you're probably not gonna accept being wrong on it, and that's okay. That's the part that I've tried to say before. That look, maturity means that you're gonna disagree with someone, and it's cool that you call me a brother and all that, Jamal. Like, I mean, I respect that, but at the same time, bro, like, I don't have to be your brother. We don't have to be friends, and we could have a conversation that, it ends with, we just don't agree, and we don't see
Well,
things
no,
the
no.
same.
It doesn't end
well,
with
well,
not agreeing. It ends with one person is agreeing with the evidence and the other person isn't. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
So let's go with that evidence. So what's
okay,
the
yeah.
evidence?
So go
I was
ahead. Yeah, yeah. From that position.
But and as you said like you pointed towards me, it says that oh I don't think that you would agree, but Jose, how have you looked at yourself and said, will you agree if I prove you wrong, or no,
like
not prove you
already
wrong, but
I
just like
you already
debating.
know that I don't agree, but I don't
It
think that
would be. Would you agree if he
that
presented the evidence that contradicted what you believe? Basically, that's a
sure, you can present to me a statement, but evidence, what's the evidence that he's going to present me? Go ahead.
okay. The evidence is like what Alexis was saying. The child and the dog cannot consent. So under the court of law, under the reality of saying, okay, so he brings it
And
into a very good
right.
position here. And I do
Disrespectful.
want to bring in that Mark. I don't think you saw what we, or maybe I don't know, maybe you did listen to what we were saying.
That's
It's it,
impossible too.
Yeah, exactly.
That is
It's the
impossible.
owner's fault. If there's a leash in the woods, there's no one in there to hear it. Well, you know what? If a pipeline breaks in the woods, does it still pollute the water? Yes, it does pollute the water. So this, if we take it too metaphorical, this is a realistic question. If the dog, and I love the way Alexis put it into that, because he put it in parameters where you cannot escape the question, bro. If a dog breaks through the fence, if he's trained properly, then that means he's not going to bike. And when Mike was saying, Mark is saying a curved ball, no, the untrainable dog, there's no such thing as that. I think there might be some such
And
thing as a trainer that can't train a
MB,
dog.
MB, like, can you highlight Mark's last comment? He's talking about if a child is a like psychopath, can the parents fix that? Yes, they can. You do know that there are multiple. In fact, you can see multiple psychopaths that are perfectly fine human beings. Do you not know that there are psychopaths that are perfectly legal human adults that are law-abiding people? They,
Are you
Well,
Jamal?
they
I'm
Are you
not lying.
might
You
not be
can Google it.
psychopaths. That
you
they
might be
might
right,
be
bro.
a
No,
person
no.
that was
They
raised in a way to where they didn't become a psychopath, like
no,
kind
no,
of.
no, 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 MB, like they are diagnosed psychopaths, but
But maybe
they're not out there doing crimes. That
do you think?
they
Do you
are
think?
totally normal law abiding like citizens,
Yeah. Do you
completely
think
law
that
abiding like citizens.
do you think that the diagnosis, it could have been a misdiagnosis to say like,
100%, yes.
yeah,
I
yeah,
don't trust it, but
yeah,
people
yeah.
put this point up about psychopaths, right?
No, I hear you.
Even if we go into the point that psychopaths do exist, there are documented people that are diagnosed with psychopaths, confirmed ones, right? That are still law-abiding citizens. So it's like it doesn't make sense to me. Like this whole thing that like, oh, it's by nature and that people are just born
Yeah, the
evil,
nature
people
is a
are born
cope.
like this. It's
Yeah,
it's it's
nature.
complete cope.
Yeah,
It
it's
is complete, and it's a religious zombie thing, and it's also a evolution zombie. It's just a religion. It's
yeah,
a religion
exactly,
zombie thing in general. It's
exactly.
just sitting there saying, "Hey, these people are just born bad, right?
It
So
yeah, it's sort of
you don't
like the
treat them
person
equally."
saying because they don't have the skill to raise somebody properly, it's their fault. Basically, like, oh, it's just a bad
Exactly.
kid, it's just a bad dog. It's like, now I
Hmm.
understand if the dog has been taken from a shelter, so it could have been traumatized. And again, that trauma, like putting in the floor, that first tile, if it's not set correctly, eventually when you finish the floor, you're going to see things don't line up because that needs to be set correctly. But if you're raising a dog from a puppy, if you're raising a child from birth, then you really have no excuse. It is clearly falls on the owner. I remember asking a guy who was very religious. I went to elementary school with him, and I said, "Hey, Jeff, man, he's an extremely religious Black Christian, and he's a good guy, man." I said, "If your child did something terrible, as an adult, would you, how would you, he takes total responsibility. He goes, of course that responsibility falls on him. And I was like, wow. And he's religious to the point where I don't agree. I mean, he NIV Bible. I drew a picture for him once. He wanted me to make a picture of Jesus's hands molding a clay pot. So I drew the picture because he knew I was an artist since we were kids. And and I go, well, it says in some Bibles that he has the skin of copper. Do you want me to make the hands like a copper color? Now, in the NIV, they changed it to bronze. Bronze is lighter than copper. Bronze is more of a golden color. And he goes, just make it bronze. And Jeff is an extremely dark-skinned individual. He's like very, very dark. And I was like, all right. I mean, I still made it copper, but I was like, wow. I saw the influence, but he's a good guy. But the fact that he said he had to take full responsibility for his child, he understood the question of what Alexis is saying, that it is the, I mean, the parent, the owner, that person. It's hard to, I don't even say, I think I should say it's hard to escape the question. It's just the evidence
Look,
so there,
the parent is
I'm
the
still
one
waiting
that
for,
molds the
I'm still
child.
waiting for Jamal to clarify the point that he was making initially after the super chat from Alexis
Okay.
that then I
Okay.
can.
All right.
I'm just saying because you
You
love
wanted
to
to
go on.
clarify it? You wanted to clarify it?
Jamal, go ahead and repeat the
Yeah,
part that you had a
what,
disagreement with me. Go ahead.
what I said was that the whole nature argument is the same argument that the evolution zombies say and claim, and that it's a BS argument in the fact that there's no such thing as oh, this person is born bad and whatnot, right? Because and my evidence for this is that once again, you put a black person, a white person, doesn't matter the race, right? If you put them in the UK, they and you raise them there, they have a UK accent. If you raise them down in the South in America, they have a Southern accent. Once again, these are cultural aspects. If you put like a black person in the UK, he's not going to just randomly start. He's not fundamentally he's going to be fundamentally the same as every other black not exactly the same, but what I'm saying is that the whole nature thing is just it doesn't exist in my opinion. The whole nature
Okay.
thing is just
I
it's
want
a
I want to
zombie.
I want to I want to clarify what you're saying because maybe you're conflating it incorrectly. Because you just said that if
Wait,
someone's
I just
raised,
want to add
let
in
me,
before.
oh come on,
Oh,
bro.
all right, go
You,
ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
bro,
No, I was going to clarify what he's saying is that a person in the UK is not going to
dude,
start speaking with an American accent. So go ahead, Jose.
Yes.
okay, but even speaking is speaking. It's not behavioral. It's not an action. And we were talking about the point of the dog escaping and all that, and that it has to do with action that comes from internal character and nature. So a person speaking is not necessarily an action. I mean, they are speaking, and that does obviously take some type of effort, but it's not the same as what you do
Okay,
because
so
some.
what you're saying is the
Go ahead.
nature. Wait, say that again. The nature and act. So it's inherent. You're saying it's not taught.
It is both taught, but it's also a conglomeration of what someone's been taught or trained. However, the instinct and the nature and the character
So you're
of the
saying
person.
what evolution says. You're saying that. So if somebody said
Yes.
you're from Latin descent, right?
I
No,
said it
no, no.
with an
Wait, wait,
evolution.
wait. They're saying you're from Latin descent. So this is what people are saying today. Because you're from Latin descent, you're going to behave in a certain way because of your genetic disposition, which is incorrect in reality. Because we see that environment
I,
makes some
I
Latin
argue
people, wait, wait,
that it,
environment makes some people act in a very respectful manner. And then some people of the same descent act in a very disrespectful ghetto manner. We see that. But they're saying, no, it's in Jose's genetics to act that way. And you're defending that?
your genetics
You're
being that
saying it's inherent. It's in you somehow.
correct. Somebody there's
Yo,
a spirit.
Alexis is
Yeah, he's
No,
an
and
evolution zombie,
you
man.
guys are with the evolution thing right now. Yo, you guys are unbelievable right now.
No, it's not us, yo. Alexis,
No,
yo,
it's not.
Jose's with you.
Jose, it's you.
What
You
in the heck of
right
my
now.
point has to do with evolution and that
You're
Charles
not
Darwin
evolution. You're religious.
propaganda? Bro,
That's
evolution is the
exactly
Charles
what
Darwin.
Charles Darwin says.
Nah, bro, like me looking at somebody and can tell, like, let's just say from the way they behave and knowing them just enough, right? Like, let's say you worked with somebody for 3 to 4 months, right? You have a pretty decent idea of how they're like. And then one day they surprise the hell out of you by doing something that you had no idea. that they would be capable of. That reveals their character, their nature, their essence of a being to you. It has
But where
nothing to
does
do
that come
with
from?
Charles Darwin. Where does that come from? That comes from who they freaking are, bro. Like that's
So
just who they
genetics. So
are.
genetics. So you're saying
No,
evolution.
no. You keep trying to pinpoint this is genetics, yo. Like that's some honestly that's some disingenuous BS on your part because I'm not talking about genetics. A person's character, their soul, their morale, their consciousness, their being, that's not in your genetics. It could be influenced by genetics. That might be one part of that equation, but it does have to do with how they're raised, the decisions they make, and all of their experiences in their life basically adding up. That dog that day that escapes and then goes out and bites somebody, who knows how much of different factors influence them,
So
but
you're
by what
saying it's behavior, but it's not genetics, because that's what you're saying right now. You're
you're
saying it's,
trying to say that genetics and behaviors are the same thing. Are you really trying to say that genetics and
no,
behaviors are
no,
the same
that's
thing?
what you just said. You're saying,
No,
well, it's this, but then it's also this. I'm just clarifying what you said. Um, first, we,
okay.
oh my
Yeah.
God, Alexa's brother. He says, first we find out Jake is a religious zombie, and then the next stream we find out Jose is an evolution zombie. What the heck is going on?
It,
Yo, Alexis, man.
it kind of
Thank
seems
you,
more like
brother.
it kind of seems more like some of you guys are
Another,
maybe.
yo, sons of God, man. With the replicant test, you were so on point. Jamal and
Right.
I are giving Jose the replicant test
You
from what
think you are? That's cool. That's pretty cute that you both think you're giving me a test, but in reality, I'm actually just finding out how kind of
Jamal
It's the
ignorant you
denial.
actually
It's the
are. You,
denial. He's in a step of denial now, man. This is the
yeah,
this
yeah,
is the
I'm the
Agent
one
Smith.
denying.
This is
Yeah,
the
I'm the one
Agent Smith.
denying the ignorance
Agent
that's in front of
coming
me, right?
out.
I'm
Agent
denying the
coming
ignorance
out.
because you
kind of
can't keep.
unicycle. It's kind of unicycle, Jose. It is. You
No,
just
no,
said
yeah,
you were
whatever you want.
saying
I'm
you were saying
expressing.
it's
I am.
inherent. It could be the dog
I am.
or the child,
I
and now you're saying it's behavior and how they're raised. Like you're going back and forth, kind of. You're juggling. You're kind of juggling.
am, brother. I can't
No,
believe
no,
that.
we want to know which one is it? Which one? So you don't want to admit that it's the owner.
Oh, that's about me admitting, right? Now it has to do with me
No, no,
admitting
it's
something.
not admitting. We're presenting the evidence, like saying,
So
okay, like what
definitely, yes.
Alexa said here. This it goes back to the child and the dog. Like the dog
Which
breaks.
I want to get to the part where the courts are BS and that I don't even give it crap. Like to be honest
Okay,
with you
we'll
about.
take it out. We'll take it out of the court. So what we're saying is, you
Yeah.
have you have a son, or say
Uh,
you're dating a chick, she's got a son, and that kid does something to you. Like say you're sleeping and he does something very bad to you, like throws hot water on you. And
oh wow.
is that because he is just it's in his genes, or is it because he wasn't raised properly?
How about the? I just to me, I think the kid's a piece of garbage at that point.
Okay,
Because
so you're
So
saying
you're
it's in his
blaming the
genes.
kid. Yeah.
So you're saying it's in his genes, basically.
you guys are funny to think that a
No, no, no,
child.
no. You're saying the kid is
Can you
a piece
answer
of
the question?
yeah. So if the kid is a
Yeah.
piece of crap, why is it? Why
You
is he a
think
piece? Is it
can't make
because?
I'm asking you. You think a child can't make a choice?
No, I'm saying
No,
okay.
they
Maybe,
can't
all right,
consent
wait,
for
wait.
a
No,
reason.
I'll clarify.
They
I'll
can't
clarify.
consent.
Wait, I'll
Ego.
clarify. I'll clarify.
Wait, wait,
I'm,
wait, wait, wait,
No,
wait.
wait, hold on.
No, please.
MB, please, real quick, MB. I have to answer this to Jose. Jose, okay, answer this question. Can a 14-year-old make a choice to get with a 20-year-old male? This is what we gotta find out, right? Because what you're saying is that you're saying a child can't make a choice, right? Okay.
no,
There's a
no.
reason why we don't give a below 18 like
Go
the
ahead. Go ahead. Go
the
ahead, bro.
consent.
Finish
Okay,
your
okay, okay.
question.
Just
Okay. I
okay,
heard your question.
okay,
Right? I heard your
okay.
question.
Can a
You
12-year-old
the correct
consent?
no, you know what the correct answer there is? Legally, you would say they cannot.
No, no, morally, just on morals. We
Uh,
don't talk
No,
about
uh,
legals. Just
no,
on
we're
morals.
not going
Jamal,
no,
you got
we're
to
not
put it
going
on it
moral.
being
Have
We're
no
Jamal. You
taking
got to
out the
put it
morality.
legal
on it.
aspect.
Wait, hold on, Jamal. You got to
That,
put it on it being his daughter. So if it was Jose's daughter that's
Yes,
14, now he
yes.
might look at it as different.
Jose,
That's a good
Jose,
idea.
if you had a 12-year-old daughter, do you
what
think
if when
she
my
can make
daughter
that
turns
choice?
14? Go ahead.
Do you think your 12-year-old daughter can make that adult choice with a fully grown adult male? Just say yes or no.
No, I'm not going to answer your question because you're putting me into a
Oh
loaded.
But
man,
Oh
why
my
can't you answer it?
How about
exactly.
how about this one? Hold on, hold on. Would you say that?
Agent Smith is coming out, man.
No, no. What's coming out is the fact that you just want to figure out whatever thing you can
no,
say,
you
try to
can't not
tie into my
answer a
character
question
with
and
a
then ask
question.
the question.
And
You
I
got to
did
answer
answer.
the
Yep.
question.
I
It's a
did
replicant test. We are doing
eagerly,
the replicant test. I got to give it
eagerly,
to Sons of God, man.
eagerly.
you're on point, bro. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah. I'm answering the question.
and think about it. Think about it. What Jamal is saying is that it is the adults is the one that you don't do that to a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying, Jose? This is a easy thing
Oh,
to,
really? Yeah, it's so easy, man.
even if
So
she's
easy.
14, even if she's 16,
Uh-huh.
the man who's 25
But
has,
but hold on. But magically, by law, when she's 18, she all of a sudden has all the freaking knowledge and
again, we
Nobody's
know
Why
saying
that
do we
the
have
law,
that
nobody's
law
saying
though?
that.
But no, no, no.
No,
But
no,
even in
the point,
even in
right?
this
Because
argument, why do we
you're
have
putting
that law though?
the question in front
Because
of me.
it's commonly
To be
agreed.
fair, I don't take
It's a
debate.
commonly agreed thing. No, it's a commonly agreed thing that by the age of 18, your mental capacity is far more greater than when you're 12 or 14. That's why, yes, it's a law, but
yeah.
here's the thing. It's
You're
it's
sure about
common.
that? So how do you
That's a
explain?
common
Hold on.
belief.
How would you explain then geniuses who get into college by the age of like let's say 13 or 14? Would you say that that there might be something
That's not a
magical?
moral
Is
argument.
it?
And
That's
you
a
know what's
separate argument.
crazy? I mean, but you know what's crazy is that
But
you know what's crazy is that the 13-year-old still has to have the consent of the parents or the guardians to even do that.
not if there what's that thing? There's a legal term for when a child no longer belongs to a parent. That a child's
Oh,
innocent.
wait, Jose. I'd like to bring in, and you're right about there's a legal thing. Now, is the
Go ahead. That's
genius
the point.
is the genius an exception to the rule, or is it the rule? Because you're not going to find many geniuses that are 12 and 14 and 15, right? So to
Right.
say that is like a coping mechanism to say that, oh, there's going to be a 12-year-old that can give consent to have a relationship with an older person. That's kind of like doesn't like Mr. X is a father of a daughter. So he has the most input. Like he's gonna be, I think he's gonna be
hmm
like, you must be out of your mind if my daughter is
Yeah.
12, 14. Right, Mr. X?
No, exactly, exactly. I never held things against my daughter. It was my responsibility to teach her right or wrong. And
Yeah. And you know if she's 12 or 14 and she wants to get with an older guy, it's upon him to be like, listen, you're a little too young, you're gonna mature. She doesn't understand at that point, right?
yeah, but also I think a lot of girls who do that, they come from, dysfunctional homes to begin with.
Yeah, but now taking that out of the equation, even the dysfunctional home is showing us that she wasn't right. She doesn't have the mental capacity to make the proper
Oh,
choice.
absolutely not.
I
Absolutely
Yeah.
mean, like just what I don't understand is that with Jose's argument, right? Let's say you caught your 12-year-old with the like 25-year-old and then in the middle of it, right?
not.
So what he's pretty much like it's just what he's saying is that it's both their faults. When in reality, you would be
No.
completely angry at the dude who
I
is
mean, we
25
were
years
all
old.
12 years old at one point. Did we have all the knowledge to make the right decisions? We were all 12.
No, we were stupid. We were
Yeah,
stupid. We didn't know. We were growing up. Our mental capacity was just we couldn't make any like we can't make any choices.
right.
Honestly, like let's just be honest. Like we have to have our parents with us for a reason.
I
But
could
it's just
remember
like
my mother saying these words that weren't very flattering to people constantly, and then I'd repeat the word. I was like 3 or 4 years old. Then she got angry at me. It's like, wait a minute. You were saying, and I told her, I said, you've been saying that the whole time. I didn't know what the hell even the word meant. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
It's kind of like you
it just
telling her.
blows my mind.
Yeah.
Like I mean,
It's
like
like, yeah, he's
under 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 what Jose is saying, once again, if a 12-year-old child and a 25-year-old guy do something and they get caught, you should be equally as mad at the 12-year-old and 25-year-old. When in
no,
reality, no,
no,
you
no.
would be completely mad at the 25-year-old
of course.
because he made that decision fully knowing the consequences. This is the difference, by the way. A child doesn't fully grasp the consequences. An adult does. That man fully know he knows the consequences. He
Yeah,
knows that him doing
and
that
let's
with a
take
girl
it.
at that young of age is
Yeah,
messy.
and we'll take it to another level. The reason the child doesn't fully know the consequences is because they weren't properly taught by the parent the
Exactly.
consequences. So if they're taught by the parent to where the parent says, okay, my child understands this. I'm still not sure if they understand it until they get tested. So again, it falls back on the parent to say, look,
Mm-hmm.
do never, your hormones are going to be bubbling. Don't ever let a 25 or 30 or whatever 20-year-old manipulate you into that. And she might still fall into that
Thank you.
because
MD, listen, we have to ask Jose this question. He cannot dodge this question because if he dodges this question, I mean, I don't know if we can honestly rely on stream. Once again, Jose, who do you blame in that?
are you there? Your thing just cut off. Jamal?
Yeah, Jamal's thing cut
Yeah,
off.
yeah. Jamal, are you there? I think his mic cut off in the middle. I don't know if you.
Yeah,
No.
I'm right here.
Okay. You were trying to state the question.
Yeah, my bad. Good. Okay, Jose, my question is, who do you blame more? All right, a 12-year-old or a 25-year-old if they get into a relationship? Who is at fault more, in your opinion?
You cannot legally blame a child, bro. You
He's
can't.
not asking legal. He's asking who
Yeah,
would
we're
you
just talking
blame.
about moral.
Not
Yeah,
a-
just we're
I
not even talking
just
about legally.
what the hell your question is, man. I don't understand what in the hell you're trying to ask me. Are you trying to ask me that a person being in their middle 20s trying to have a relationship, not you're not talking about sexual things. You're talking about a relationship or you're just talking about the sex? Because you already know the answer to that. You already know the person that's in their middle
We
20s
know.
cannot do that.
Thank you. So okay, and thank you. So yes, but whose fault is it more? Whose fault is it more? That's the question. Whose fault
First,
is it more? Is it
what do you mean there's no fault on the child? You cannot put fault on the child.
Okay.
You
Exactly.
cannot.
Thank
thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Thank
We all
you.
Thank
No, no,
you.
agree on this
guys
one.
have you
Thank
guys have speaking for me,
No,
jumping
we're just
from
thanking.
the
We're
question.
thanking you that you passed the
I don't care
replica
that you're
test.
thanking me, dude. It's not about me being thanked or not. It isn't. I don't care that you thank me or not. I'm just
Hallelujah.
I'm sorry, bro, I cursed. I'm trying to have the conversation where it makes sense. And if we jump from point to point, even the thing that Alexis said from the beginning before the other question was a paraphrase of another
Relates to that. So
situation
now
that
what
No,
we
you're
no, no.
jumped
saying
Wait,
is
away
Jose,
from.
Jose. But you just said it. You just said we can't ever put the blame on a child. That's your exact words, right? So that invalidates your entire
A
argument
regard
earlier
of
when you were saying,
scenario like that. You remember, you're hypothetically stating
no.
that
He's
the
not
situation
hypothetical. It
that
takes the
did, oh,
genetic
no.
argument.
He
It
did
removes
say
the
that if
genetic
the
argument
Yeah.
because you
no,
would
no,
say, "Oh, she's just naturally promiscuous." No, she's not. That is the parents' fault, right? So it takes the genetic argument that you tried to, and we're not trying to attack you. We're trying to show you the way you grow and say, you know what? Yeah, it can't be genetic because that's the same argument they used to say, oh, well, if somebody's darker skinned or something, it's just in their genetics. They can't build civilizations, which in my opinion is totally wrong. I mean, it's not even my opinion. We see it's wrong because we see that tribal people have been surviving for way longer than colonizers come in and destroy what they have been surviving on and act like, oh, they needed us. It's because of because they come from apes. What type of madness is that?
Mm.
That's the madness that creates the racism in the world today. Mr. X, you had something?
No.
All right.
Keep
Alexa
rocking.
says the child is never at fault. Absolutely. Thank you, Jose. You just defeated your own argument. So you grew from this, Jose, because this is what the
bro.
zombie
I
thing
I
is
I ain't
about.
doing anything else, and you guys are just still not understanding my original point, bro. You guys still don't understand my
Oh,
original point.
man.
You guys don't. You guys truly don't. You guys have gone so far away
All
from
right. So if we didn't understand it, explain why you said that it was genetic.
without you interrupting, without you
All
just
right.
jumping in.
I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna mute. Go ahead.
you
All
have
right.
the floor. We were on mute. You have.
Okay, going as far back as I can remember from where this stemmed from, the eventuality of a situation where as a child grows and can have thoughts. All right, let's put it in this context because this is a good one from my own childhood and probably from all of ours as childhoods that we can remember back. let's go with the lesson of stealing. Okay, you would say when you know, then you've observed and you've watched and you remember yourself as a child that at some point you knew, you just knew this, you understood this because there was consequences in society, there was a sense of shame, there was a reality that you inherently understand that it is just a wrong thing to do to take what doesn't belong to you, right? So like going into a store and grabbing like a candy bar and putting it in your pocket and then walking out and not paying for it, then you go away from the store and then you pull it out and eat it, whatever. You stole it. You took it without paying for it. There's a reality that's not a difficult concept for anybody to understand, even from an early age. By the time that I was probably like 6, 7, 8 years old or whatever, I already understood, things like that. They're not right to do. But a child understanding that still makes the choice that he's like, you know what? I've never felt the shame, so I don't know what it's going to be like because most of the time, the reason why a lot of children do stuff like that and different things like that, like breaking stuff or whatever, is because they don't know how bad the consequences can actually become. Now, obviously, the consequence of stealing a candy bar or whatever, even if I think it went legal or whatever, like, I don't really think the police can even do much of anything other than just like a report, like to say like, oh, well, maybe you're banned from the store or something, because there's no, they can't hold you really responsible of anything at that point. But remember, that's a legal argument. But the stealing part is still wrong. When someone becomes an adult after a point of that they've lived as a child doing degenerate ghetto behavior, things like breaking things in stores or stealing from stores or anything like that, there's going to become a point where just life will hold a sense of consequences and karma to that person. But it did start out from when they were a child and they were doing bad things. And the parents did try to raise them. The parents tried to speak with them. They tried to maybe put them in like a military. Who knows? It could even go as far as like putting a child to like military school or anything. So many parents. There's so many stories about parents who.
Wait. So putting the child in military school, is that proving that the parents are saying they don't have the ability to raise this child? Hopefully the military school can do better? Because that's what it seems like to me.
You wouldn't do that though, by the way. But you just did what you said you wouldn't do. You know that, right?
Okay, I'm not going to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, it's not even so much the interrupt, but it's what you like to do, my brother. You like to put a separate context over what the original context is. Even if, let's say, the parents didn't send them to military school, let's say the parents did their own thing of trying to explain to the child, look, there's consequences for this. Now there's a sense of shame. Now the neighbors are saying, like, oh my goodness, look at such and such over there. Their child is such a troublemaking hooligan. They can't raise their kid or nothing. And the parents explain, and the parents. I remember having bad grades in school when I was younger and my mother seeing my report card and crying because I had F's and D's was a sense of shame. That, after witnessing my own mother crying, I just became a good student just so that she would never do that again. Because I felt bad to see my parent ashamed of me for negative results, for not being excellent as a child in the capacity of academics. Right? Let's go with that. But then you look at behavioral things, and it's the same thing. It's what you do, and children eventually, no matter where we're trying to draw a line, because even the argument of the age of consent and all this stuff, it's blurred. It's a blurred thing. It legally is it set in stone? It's not the same in every state. On top of that, so obviously it doesn't mean that everybody agrees with the exact like line that one person might draw or not. But is there a like a sense of like the commonality of it? Sure, fine. But it's not going to be the same for every person because not every child turning into adult matures at the same rate. Some will mature faster than others. Whether you say that's a mental thing, a physical thing, the combination, it's just so much gray area. But what people do eventually is just who they are because it's the outward expression of just actually what's inside of them. So going to back to the thing about as a child, like that was stealing candy from a grocery store, for example. They understand that that's not the right thing to do. So what's the furthest the consequences that they take? Oh, then they tell them like you can't come back here. You know. And so like, all right, you're like, dang, I can't go back to that store. So they go and they find a new store. Well, they keep growing up, the things keep happening. Eventually, they're gonna actually have a real consequence. But most of the time, it's until people feel a real feeling of punishment or guilt or shame that will make them have to reconsider their behavior. But their behavior is the outward expression of just who they really are. The dog thing, going all the way back to that, look, the owner could love the dog, train the dog, do everything. Like you said before, MD, the dog could have been from a shelter, and maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was from a puppy. We have no idea what
No, no,
there
no.
are.
And I'm not interrupting. I'm just
I-
clarifying. The dog
Yeah,
is from raised from a puppy.
okay, fine. And even if you raise it from the puppy, we don't know what it might have been seeing outside of the fence that day that drove it so insane to want to escape through the fence somehow, some way, right? And then go after the person and chase it. You know, there's so much gray
But this
area
is
to this.
good. This is good because what you're saying is the caged environment and the dog wanted to escape. That environment, the owner should have saw that. Look, this is going to make the dog want to escape and possibly bite someone. So you have to
I didn't
learn.
say that. I didn't say that.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no,
saying
I'm not saying you said that. I'm
this,
saying it's letting us see that this is a possibility of thinking that we're raising
that.
something in a proper way when we're not, because we're caging it. And we're saying, okay, if it breaks out of the
A
cage and it
big
bites
yard, but
someone,
a big yard isn't necessarily cage because a cage is a small confinement. When you say that, you
well, a
automatically assume
cage, you
small
can be,
confinement.
you ever heard of a prison without walls? The
Yes,
cage is,
exactly.
the real cage is your mind. And the
Hmm.
cage is made of the expectation, the bars are made from the expectation of others. So if you don't like try to live your life to impress another person, there are no bars to the cage on your mind. And that's what this stream is about. It's saying,
Yeah.
look, uh we want to learn, we want to move forward, we teach each other, all of us learn from each other. So we're saying, hey, you know what, it's a possibility that this can go further. Now, we're still blaming, well, not blaming, but we're still saying the cause of the dog's reaction is from the owner's lack of being able to raise it. And that lack stem can also extend into, well, wait a second, he should have took the dog on walks, let it meet people. Now, most people do raise dogs as a guard dog to attack, but we're saying in this instance, he's just raising a dog not to bite people. Why did the dog bite something? Right? It's because of the experience he grew up with from the owner. So if the owner would have expanded that dog's experience and shown that, look, not everybody's a threat that you don't know, the dog can break out of the fence and not bite someone. You see dogs that break out of the fence and they're all friendly and stuff. And you're like, okay, let me bring you back home. Matter of fact, my neighbor's dog, previous neighbor, was being so traumatized, it broke out, and the neighbor didn't care. The dog was running around. He could have got hit by a car. He came to me, and I didn't know the dog that well, but he saw I was a friendly person always to the dog, and kind of told me like, "Hey, I need to get back in the backyard." And I had to bang on the neighbor's door to be like, "Yo!" And he came to the door like, "Oh, what do you?" I said, "Listen, your dog is out here," and came to me, and he wants to go back in the back. And he said, "Oh, all right, thanks." And I looked at that, just at this horrible excuse for a human being, and he just wasn't thankful. And it was sort of like the dog was more of a sentient being than this so-called human. And we do see that. We see animals being more compassionate and caring than many humans. Why is that? So this is where we want to learn and say, it's because of what they were taught. It's also government influence. It's also, and it goes back to schooling. It goes back to parenting. It goes back to the influence of what we experienced throughout the zombie machine. It's, I don't think it's genetic. That genetic thing is very, very evolution cope type of thing to say, well, you did something because, and we see the guys are ready to jump on that racial stuff. Oh, he did it because of his race, or there's no race, is a type of person. He's a type. Hopefully, when I produce the book, people will start saying type over race. Oh, the different type of person. A different type of person sounds much more friendly than a different race. Oh, we're in a race against each other. He's a different race, you know? And it's just crazy. What we're taught is horrible to some extent. Jailhouse Max, good to see you, brother. dogs aren't being indoctrinated 7 different ways like humans are. I mean, yeah, but it does go to the, I don't know if you saw Alexis's earlier super chat about the thing about what he was with Jose. Um, dogs on the whole, that's a whole other thing. There's a guy that's got a stream. Ashar knows about it if she's listening. Where Revolver's a deep show, a deep movie. It there's a guy that has a channel. He doesn't like dogs, and he's got some very good points, man. When dogs do something, they people don't realize, like, he goes back to the dogs are genetically manipulated. There's no doubt about it. There's some dogs are genetic, and he gets really deep with this. He gets really
Wait,
deep.
wait. You're just saying genetic manipulation?
No, I'm saying when you look at a dog that's bred, right?
Evolution, bro. That sounds
No,
like
it's not
evolution.
evolution. If you take,
Come on, man. You gotta let me get that in there, man. Because you
you
guys
can
did the
say it
same
if you
thing.
want, but I'm saying, okay, if you took 2 dogs and bred them, right? And dogs' lives are much shorter than humans, right? So if you bred them over and over and over, isn't that manipulating their genetics like you can do with plants and stuff like that? So you're saying, you know what? I'm forcing it though. It's not natural. I'm
What if
forcing.
you take what if you take a people and by their indoctrination to say, no, we should only breed with our kind of people, and they breed over and over and over again? Is that not some type of manipulation to people being created to be some type of
And a type of a genetic. Now we got to bring it to the next step. Does those genetic breeding experiments affect behavior? So now that's the important thing to say. Can something be genetically bred like this, and it still have the ability to break through behavior? Is behavior separate from genetics? That's a very, very deep question that requires some serious thinking and research to say, like, okay, with humans, we do have a difference. We do have a little difference in us. You can breed people, but when you raise people, when you have a person grow up in a certain environment, all that breeding and stuff, you can have somebody that turns out to be a wonderful person. And we see examples of this. So that's the scientific method. The fact that we can see examples that break the stereotype of, oh, no, it's the genetics that made that person behave that way. No, the genetics made that person's physical being look and behave this way, as far as how it behaves toward the environment, as far as adaptation features, resistance to his disease and certain things like that. But as far as behavior, that seems to be taught environmentally, which environments like culture and culture just, I mean, there's so many different ways you can put that in. The culture of music, the culture of education, the culture of religion, the culture of politics. So it's really deep, man. It's really deep. Maybe our genetics have an influence on our hormones, which can affect our behavior. That's a possibility. I mean, rabies is a disease, and it does. So it's showing that something can infect, but now we're seeing that it's the rabies that's doing it. It's not what somebody was taught. The dog wasn't taught to where rabies affected it. If rabies infected, we do see that there are things like that. And these are good. These are good questions, because it takes us into the realm of seeing how many different things are out there that are not based on genetics. Because the dog that gets affected by rabies and goes crazy, the person that says, oh, it's just the genetics of the dog, we see that that's totally incorrect. No, it was the
that's
rabies.
completely incorrect. It's a disease. It affects the
Exactly.
hormones. Like hormones, they play around with our hormones through music, foods, and so forth that really dramatically affect our attitudes.
Yeah.
It's not
Exactly.
genetic. Yeah,
Exactly.
hormones can have a dramatic change in your behavior. Dramatic change.
Yeah. Yeah. And Dr. Brooks Lipton had stumbled upon that in the 60s. He said that he started to see how cells would respond to the environment more than the cell they were. So you can have a cell that's like a blood cell or a bone cell and transform it due to the environment. It was amazing research from what he's saying, in my opinion. Anybody can look it up. Bruce Lipton has a channel, and he gets deep with that. He said he lost tenure at the college, the university he was teaching at, because he adhered to the evidence over what the evolutionary doctrine was trying to teach. to the kids. You know, Dr. Bruce Lipton is a pioneer, man. He's a pioneer of thought, epigenetic expert, and these are the things of how we look into to learn from this. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, man. He says, does Jose believe a person can be born bad? Jose, this is directly for you. Thank you,
Yes.
Alexis.
Yes. To answer Alexis's question, yes. And I would even go as far as the majority of people
Wow.
are basically all people.
Oh my goodness. So you're saying somebody can be born bad?
Everybody's born bad. To be completely fair about the argument,
A
everybody.
religious assumption? Is that from religion or just what you think?
Spiritual? No, it's a spiritual assumption. Let's go with that. Because to be honest with
Spiritual
you,
from what? For what is the spiritual
spiritual from
assumption?
knowing that most people are two-faced. Because they might say one thing,
So
but
they're born that way, you're saying. It's not taught.
correct.
Wow. Is Jamal still here? Because I can't believe that he
You want
has.
Jamal?
Yeah.
Sick
No,
Jamal, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sick Jamal on me. Like, go ahead. Come on, Jamal.
I'm
Give me
not
some.
sticking him on you. I just want to know his
Yeah,
opinion.
whatever, bro. Come on, bro. You mean like the dog is barking? He came in for the bite. The whole argument with the bite. The big dog. Here comes Jamal. All right, go for it, Jamal.
No, I gave you my opinion. Now we're gonna hear Jamal's on that.
Well, what was your opinion? You didn't barely say anything, man.
No, okay. My opinion is you're going back to the evolution cope of that it can be born bad. But Jamal,
So you don't want to directly say that spiritually speaking. So this is a question
so you're
outside of the.
saying there's okay, and I'm not saying you're totally wrong. I'm saying I don't see the evidence for that.
You
That's
don't
what
see
I'm
the.
saying.
I'll give you evidence. Go look in the mirror. 'Cause every one of us can do this. Go look in the mirror, and
So
you
in
tell
other
me.
words, looking in the mirror. So how? What am I? I'm looking into that. I
Yeah.
could be born bad. Go ahead, Mr. X. Go ahead, please.
No, I mean, I thought you were a spiritual person, Jose. You don't believe that spirits can, possess people to do bad. You don't believe that's possible.
Make that choice to what spirits you want to allow to possess you, Mr.
What
X.
if you don't have a choice? What if they can take hold of
No, no,
you?
no, no. See, that's
Drugs or
this
alcohol?
zombie. That has to be the most zombie thing I've ever heard you say.
Not at all. That's not zombie at all. I was watching a story last night. These guys were taking ashwagandha, I think it's called, something like that. They did it without a
They
shaman.
decided to do drugs. Look at
The guy
that. They
ended
did.
up killing. The guy ended up killing his girlfriend. Because he was on this hallucinogen. And who's to say that that doesn't allow the zombies to come, the spirits to come in to take over? If you're a spiritual person, you're open to that. Like, look how many people get drunk and act the way they don't normally behave. Who's to say that's their real them? What if it's allowing the spirits to come in?
I mean, are you asking me to answer that back? Like, what are you
Well,
saying?
because
Like,
I assumed that you were a spiritual person. That's what I assumed.
okay, Mr. X, I'm gonna go with this. Whatever assumptions you may have, we can always, ask the question. So if you're
Mhm.
asking me if I'm spiritual, I would say that I believe I am so. Maybe somebody else could tell me I'm not, and I'd be fair enough to say, okay, well, go ahead, show me some evidence that I'm not
Mhm.
actually a spiritual person, whatever. But I'll go with this that I believe I'm spiritual.
Okay.
So now, and then referencing what you just said about
But
a
then why do
story.
you believe in genetics and people are automatically born bad? Why do you
Because
believe?
there is such a thing as spiritual DNA. You see, I'll go as far as to say this, Mr. X, and I'll even use MD as part of the story. He told the story about his mother praying for a tall son. You know, people may not want to look at their parents and think that part of who their parents are as a spiritual entity plays a factor into their genetics as well, but it does. If you have a mother or a father who's not a good person, and both of them, let's say a mother and a father, that they're both bad people, they do bad things. When they have children, you best believe they ain't gonna be good either. More than likely,
Well,
more
that's a
than
big
likely.
assumption. That's a big
Yeah,
assumption.
I think it is. I
Sure,
think what you're
I'm
going
allowed.
back to, right? So in other words, which
Evolution
go ahead,
thing.
Jamal.
It's the evolution thing. It's the evolution thing where it's a hey,
Go
if
ahead.
these two
Go go
species
go right ahead.
reproduce,
Go right
it's
ahead.
gonna it's gonna
I can say the same for you, but I'm allowed to have
it's the
assumptions and
evolution
stories.
No,
time.
well, assumptions. Think about this, Jose. So what you're saying now, when Alexis is saying, and thank you, Alexis, for the support, brother. He says, does Jose believe a person can be born bad? So you're going back, you passed the replicant test, but now you're showing us that we might not have. You're very smart with this in evading. So you're saying that the girl who's 12 years old could have been born bad? You're saying she could have been born bad and it's her fault for the relationship with the 25-year-old and not his? Because that's what you're saying when you're saying people can be born bad, right, Jamal? I don't know if I'm just asking.
Yeah.
A
I'm
loaded
saying
question.
that she was
That's
born
the most disingenuous thing I've ever
for
heard you say.
Missy.
That's just I've already explained that question, and you're going back to it. If you want to say that I'm going
No, but
back,
you backpedaled on it. You backpedaled.
how?
First, you said a person,
I'm asking
no, it's
this
not her fault. So, in other words, she
separately.
cannot be born in a way where it's
Listen,
her fault,
you
right?
cannot put you cannot put blame on the child in a situation like that because not every situation is the same. And you and
But you can't be put
then
child on the blame on the child at all. It's always the adult that has the understanding. Like Marcus,
has the
he's saying,
no, the
we're not
responsibility.
being born with no physical defects. We're talking about born in a way that it's a different way, Mark. That yeah, it's speaking as a psychonaut. Too many people blame bad behaviors on drugs. Thank you, God, the
Yeah,
sage.
I don't. Yeah. I would not even say that the ashwagandha or whatever from Mr. X's story was even the thing, but could it have been part of an influence into the situation? Sure, but you can't blame the drug. People make decisions, people make choices. And again, the line eventually, so you want to say you use the question of the 12-year-old. Okay, make it a 17, 17 and a half.
No,
Eventually,
we're not changing the goalposts. We're leaving it at the
but
12.
you do
No,
all these
now
different
you're changing the goalposts. We're
you
saying
keep
that you said now that a person
physical
can be
safety
born
when it's
bad.
talking
So
about
is that, I'm just asking, is that saying, is that contradicting what you said before that now the 12-year-old can be at fault because she was born that way? Or you're
bro.
saying no? Because you're unicycling.
No, the scenarios are not the same, and that's
Oh
the
my
part
goodness.
that
Oh
is
my
perfect.
goodness. So all
The
right, so give me a scenario where someone can be born bad. Is it the bad parents? Because two bad parents can make a child. That's behavior. The child could be born and raised in a great environment and say, wow, they're nothing like their parents, man. Right?
hmm
Can that happen? So they weren't born bad, even though the two parents you would assume are bad, right? What you said.
Yeah. Go ahead with your point. Go ahead with what you're saying.
No,
Wait,
and I don't know. Mark is saying, Mark, I don't know. Where do you stand on the 12-year-old? So what do you mean going back to the 12-year-old question? That's actually a valid thing to say. Are you
no,
saying
it's
a
not, man.
12-year-old? No, wait, I'm asking Mark this now. Are you saying a 12-year-old is going to be at fault if a 30-year-old is trying to get a relationship with her? Or is he being predatory on the 12-year-old? Come on, Mark, answer that question. I think that would be actually a good one to answer. The fact that I'm bringing it back, I'm trying to clarify something. Basically, that's what I'm trying to do. And this is where the learning happens, to say, all right, it's simple to you, well then tell us what it is. That's all we're asking for. We're not, this isn't a debate. Exactly, they're 12, they don't understand. So with answering Alexis's question, could they just be born bad? No. From what I'm seeing, if I'm wrong, please show me where the evidence would be where I'm wrong. I don't know if Jamal, because it kind of does go to the evolutionary. Remember,
It
evolution is
is evolution. I mean, listen, is this 12-year-old born promiscuous? Is like is that what it is, Jose? Or yeah, because again, the thing is that you can't put the blame on the 12-year-old, but you also believe in this whole thing where what you are born as is kind of what you are pretty much. Like if you're born bad, you're born bad. If you're born very, very, like sexual, then you're sexual, right? Which is what evolution believes in, because evolution is, hey, if you're born this way, you are different and you will like survive. If you aren't born this way, you will die. So it's an evolutionary argument, which is what we're saying. If Jose is still here, Mr. X.
I am still here, but your mic was very muffled while you were explaining what you were explaining. Jamal, do you want to take a second and repeat it just so that I can
Yeah,
try? Go ahead.
my bad. It should be better now. What we're saying is that we're saying that the argument of being born bad is it's an evolutionary argument because it goes down to the thing where, oh, you are born this way, right? Evolution is, oh, if you are born this way, you will survive. If you aren't born this way, you will die. And the argument you're saying is that you do believe that some people are born this way because of spirituality or whatnot, which is just another argument for evolution. That evolution does exist because maybe because now you're trying to turn it to a, oh, evolution does exist because of spirits. Like maybe this guy's spirits was bad or whatnot, right? Is
I
that your
can't.
argument?
No, no, hold on. Let me just make this statement and see if you can understand what I'm saying about this. I don't understand anything in evolutionary propaganda that started with the whole Charles Darwin thing that has to do with spirituality and character or moral from people. My understanding of evolution has to do with propaganda based on solely genetic superiority or inferiority propagandic BS. Okay? Now, so that's where like when you keep bringing up that this is some type of evolutionary code, I just don't understand it in an intellectual.
Okay, I'll clarify. The reason he's bringing it up is because you're saying genetics, bad behavior can be due to being born, which is related to genetics. So I,
And
Spirit,
and and and
spirit.
real quick, you
Pause,
also
pause, pause.
bypass that, Jose. You also bypass it by saying you mentioned spiritual DNA. Right.
Yes.
So you're trying to turn it from, oh, it's a genetic DNA to say, oh no, now it's spiritual DNA. You're just trying to turn it into something else. So you're trying to dodge you being an
No, no,
evolutionary
I'm
when it's
dodging,
just
man.
it's just evolution, but with spirits now.
Evolution, but
Am I not
evolution.
wrong?
No, you are wrong because there's nothing in evolution that we know that is taught in schools with propaganda that has ever mentioned anything about spiritual DNA. So this has to do not with if a black person has black DNA, a white person has white DNA, Asian, Spanish, none of that. This now has to do with the behavioral DNA that molds people. And if you don't think that that's not something that exists, then you cannot even call yourself a spiritual person because the way that a person
it's not
grows as a
beh-
person. Go ahead.
behavioral DNA. I don't understand. So you're saying
It's just another it's another word. He's trying to he's using it for genetic
I'm
DNA. He's using it as a substitute for genetic DNA, but saying, oh, it's
no,
not
no, no.
evolution because in schools they
That's
don't
what,
teach it.
maybe you don't want to accept, Jamal, that the physical nature of yourself and DNA in terms of the double helix and your cells and all that isn't the only part of you really that makes up your consciousness and your existence as the creature known as human. I'm just saying that maybe you yourself don't see that you have kind of like a missing area here that I'm trying to enlighten you with to say, look, the way that a person behaves, it's shaped over time and that forms a character and a person that after a compilement of decisions and the double helix of their spiritual essence literally coming out by the choices that they make, the practices of how they speak to others and what they focus their mind on and what they consume in the spiritual essence, not physical, because in order for a child to grow, it has to eat food. This is physical. But in order for the person's spirit to grow or rot, it depends on how they consume and how they essentially act out the growing of themselves in a spiritual way. So it's a lot deeper than just what you're saying in terms of the physical. That's what I'm trying to differentiate because nothing in evolution has anything to do with spirituality. Nothing. So I don't
so you're
understand why
saying
you.
spirits can be bad. A person can just have a bad spirit. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the majority of people probably do start off honestly rotten, rotten at the core.
So that is kind of branching into a type of prejudice, basically, right?
Sure, sure. If you want to go that route to
No,
say,
no,
oh,
I'm just saying because what somebody else would say. I'm not putting it against you. I'm just saying, like Alexis is saying, it's not evolution because it's spiritual DNA instead of genetic DNA. Is what Jose is saying. He's substituting the DNA to make it sound that it's not evolution when it is an evolution. Yeah, it is kind of, you're mixing it in there. You just created something that's new, but it is great in a way that we can understand that. Wow, evolution.
it's been existed, and
Well,
people
whether
just
we know it or
about.
not, evolution has affected us all. The theory of evolution, it's just like Christianity, Islam, Judaism.
Propaganda.
Hinduism.
But what I'm talking about is not propaganda, MD. And I don't know if you how you feel about that because actually,
Explain to me why it's not propaganda.
explain to you why the essence of an individual is not propaganda. Is
Yeah,
that
like,
what you're asking?
give me evidence of why the spiritual DNA. It seems like you're crossing over from evolutionary DNA to make an argument like, okay, people can't be born bad genetically, but they can be born bad spiritually. So it's the same thing, taking it into another.
Yes, it's the same. It's the same
That's
thing,
not.
but he's saying that's not evolution because it's spiritual
No,
instead.
look, Jamal, MD, Mr. X. We're all at liberty to believe something, however it is that we feel like we want to believe it.
No,
But
this
there's
isn't belief. We want to know. This is science.
sure.
We want to know.
Sure. Are you
We
sure
want
that
you
you're?
to explain it to us. That's what we're asking.
And I've already done it. I've already felt like I've made it as clear to this point as I can. At this point, it's just irritating that it seems you guys don't grasp it.
No,
No offense.
it's not that we don't grasp. We're asking you to explain it so we can grasp it. But I do want to add into it in a second. Jailhouse Max, brother, thank you for the support, bro. He says, Jose, what you're saying is by process of elimination. It has to be based on spiritual. And he's asking you a question. Jose, what you're saying, is it by process of elimination? Does it have to be based on spiritual? So do you understand the question? You want me to leave it up?
Yeah, you can leave it up because Jailhouse Max donated it. So while I'm giving my answer, it's cool to have it up there just to thank him again for the
Yeah,
support.
to review the question. Yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly. No, so he's saying if I'm eliminating the factor of okay, so a person being the genetic makeup of 50% their father, 50% their mother, and then regardless of that, is it only then that it boils down to a spiritual component of the person that then has to do with their behavior? More than more than everything else, yes, because I do believe that it all plays a factor in its entirety. So this becomes a scenario that there's no blanketed answer. There's no just one answer that solves every scenario, which was why I was getting so upset at the jumping of context and the difference of questions because neither question, if you guys look backwards from the show and you look at the questions that were asked and the way that they all developed, it was not about pinpointing a specific answer to one
No,
scenario.
it's not that,
About
Jose. If you're
answer.
able to deal with us jumping around with questions, that's what it's about. It's you not being able to deal with it.
Why do I have to deal with it? No, no. How about that? How about I don't have to deal with it and I could
No.
leave?
It's not. I'm not saying you don't have. Let's just say you did. I'm saying if you do have to, your response is what says a lot because you've seen. I've taken more criticism than anybody that on many shows. So it's like it's how I respond to it. To say, well, wait a second. It's like no, it's not that. It's how I deal with what people are saying. Jailhouse Maxa says it's not A, B, or C, so it has to be D. So to clarify what he asked.
There's an answer for all of the above. We've seen that on test as well. That there is an
Wait,
option.
but you see what he's saying here. He said it's not A, B, or C, so it has the equal D.
Yeah, I see it, but do you see what I said? You know what I'm saying, man?
No, but you're saying it does. You're saying so it has to be D?
It could be all of the above. It could be none of the above, or you could bubble.
Big. That's not answering it. He says Jose just goes on and on instead of answering.
Yeah, and you just be trolling me, Alexis, but that's okay.
I'm reading off comments. I'm so happy that people are involved in it. How do you? There's not E, F, or G that we haven't discovered yet. That's actually see. This is what he's saying. When you say, "Oh, well, it could be." Well, what about the E, F, or G? And Il Profeta, good to see you from. And how do we know radioactivity? Well, you're saying radioactivity can mutate DNA. Okay, we do see that, but what we're saying is that, all right, when somebody's born, is it behavior? Like I think it was Gaia was saying nature versus nurture versus nature. He says, yeah, time plus agency equals to understanding the nurture system. A lot of people don't Yeah, and Mark, I hear what you're saying about this. I mean, there. All right, if there's ancestral, which I think there is genetic memory, we do see this proven in science. But that genetic memory comes from someone that may have been traumatized, whatever. But again, how they're raised, how the environment. When we see that kids are taken from very bad environments and adopted, and this is like if they're adopted at a younger age, they see that okay, they tend to adhere and grow up into a different person. So what is that telling us? It's telling us that it's not as much about genetics, it's more about how the environment is shaping the person. The environment seems to shape us more than genetics. And this is a hard thing because it destroys racism. To understand that environment changes more than genetics totally dispels this culture of racism based on the religion of evolution and also other religions as well. You had people in many other religions thinking that they're better than other people because they're not part of their religion. So this mind control, again, it goes back to a type of mind control. Religion deals with what? Isolation, severing the ties, right? Of family, friends. That's when we see somebody leave their family, come back straight cult member, straight Jonestown. Indoctrination. So the teachings are repeated to foster, these unquestioning beliefs. And we question things here. This is the beautiful thing about the stream. We question things. We want to know. And the fact that, I mean, Jose is with us, Jake, other people, we're going to question. We're going to replicant test people. We're going to say like, look, man, this we want to know. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, bro. He says, Jose, is there process of elimination in nature? If an animal is born with a bad spirit, is that animal eliminated while others are not? I'll leave the question up there so you can answer that, Jose.
Eliminated. He'd have to explain a little bit more what he means by eliminated and by who would eliminate the animal with the bad spirit. Can an animal be possessed by a bad spirit or have a bad spirit in of
No,
itself?
he's saying if an animal is born with a bad spirit in the second question. So he said, if an animal is born with a bad spirit, is that animal eliminated while others are not?
By eliminated. What does he mean by eliminated? Alexis, thank you so much for all that.
Like ended. Is he ended?
I don't know if that's what he meant. You can't assume that's what he meant. So if Alexis,
Okay,
you want to,
well, all right.
you want to write more, and then I'll come right back to this, Alexis.
All right, a process of elimination in nature. Let's think about the question. Is there a process of now? What would a process of elimination? When you eliminate something, what do? You get rid of it, right? You eliminate it. So that's basically he's telling us he shouldn't. He doesn't need to eliminate it. He's saying here, is the animal naturally eliminated? Will the animal be able to pass on its genes? So eliminated. Will it be ended? Will it be eliminated, erased?
Basically. He's really asking this question in the sense of like a natural process. We see this in a lot of species of animals, particularly mammals, that once a particular like bull of any species or the alpha, the oldest male in the territory, they do kill a lot of the live young.
No, but that's physical. He's talking in the question of a spiritual. If an animal is born with a bad spirit, like you were saying.
But by definition, that's not correct because spiritual is non-physical by definition.
Well, and this is the thing. He's saying, well, the spirit seems to be combined with the physical, right?
Can't be though. By definition, by the English definition, it's non-physical. So
well, some definitions can be wrong, right? The English definition of black and white.
That's a great point that you just made, my brother. Because definitions and the way that we assume that we even understand our own reality can be wrong. So
how do we determine and this is the next step, because I deal a lot with words. How do we determine if a definition is wrong? So this is how. When we see in the older dictionaries, if you look up black, it's always got a negative connotation, but not all black is bad and not all white is good. So this is how we determine saying, wait a minute, that's not correct. You see, so other definitions might be correct, saying, okay, the words politics comes from the art of being shrewd. So basically the art of deception. And what do we see? Politics is very deceptive, right? But when they define black as being bad and no good, no, there is some black that actually is good. Darkness when you sleep is necessary. So that type of black is necessarily good. And not all white is good. We see white sugar, white flour, white rice. These other white substances, maltodextrin and stuff like that, are not good. We see some things that are white that are good. And we see the same thing with black. We see good and bad. So definitions, it's very important to understand that not all definitions are correct, but what's more important is how do we determine whether they're correct? That's very important. So what he's saying here is what you said before. The physical, okay, there's something that comes into us. Now, instead of spirit, we could call it the consciousness, which is more scientific way to put it. If an animal is born with a bad consciousness, he's saying, we can put that in there. Is it eliminated? Is it erased while others are not? So this is what he's asking, like saying, okay, if we put it in the context that goes a little beyond genetics, what would you think? If you're there, Mr. X, if you want to answer it, but he's asking Jose, yeah.
Yeah, he's asking Jose, so I'll let him answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again,
So would it be eliminated? Would the animal born with a bad spirit be eliminated, or would it not?
So again, the question is vague, man. I'm trying to get Alexis to say.
What part is vague? Is the word elimination vague?
That's one part that's vague.
Oh, okay. He's saying now he's clarifying it. Naturally eliminated, meaning unable to pass on its genes.
No, because the thing is that the animal might get to breed before it gets eliminated.
Okay. So, all right, you answered that it may not be eliminated. It might be able to breed. So that answers what he's saying here. It's not naturally eliminated. That it could breed. He's saying it could pass on its genes. Okay, I was just looking for an adequate answer to Alexis's question. Thank you, Alexis, brother. I appreciate it.
I mean, and again, I don't mind if Alexis clarifies more about what he might have meant with the phrase, just because he's supporting the show. So Alexis, while I kind of
I mean, the question is valid. If he types in again, I'll highlight it. Kind of like when you're used to believe in the acronym, but now you're on the same plantation as Neocuck. Oh man. Oh my good. Jailhouse Max is hilarious, bro. He's on point, man. Yeah, just
he's referring to Jake for that, right?
No, I think what was he, or was it Neo?
Yeah, you're funny, bro. You thought he was taking a shot at me? No, he's talking about
Jake. I think when
Jake used to believe hardcore in the acronym of what it was.
Yeah. Right? I don't even like to. Yeah, the fact that I tried to tell him. I mean, the fact that he brought it up, I had to be like, look, man, this is his opinion. We abide by YouTube guidelines. It's a lack of self-control. I mean, the fact that you have such good self-control, Jose, and haven't cursed or anything and kept it. It's beautiful to see that, man. Jake, I mean, he had it to an extent. But Alexis says, I'm talking about the same process of elimination that the evolution zombies use for what genes die off. So he's saying that if there's bad spirits, will they eventually die off? So basically, I think if I interpret this correctly, to where so where he's saying that just the way the evolutionists are trying to cope and say that, okay, this is why something happens. Meanwhile, it could happen for a different reason. He's saying that, well, what they're saying, he's talking about the same process of elimination that evolution zombies use for what genes die off. Can that be attributed to what you said about, the bad spirit? Could something like if it's, something like that. Oh yeah, and Jailhouse Max says it wasn't aimed toward Jose.
Yeah, that's why I picked up on that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he didn't aim it.
Yeah, I appreciate that by Mr. X, and then FD, you're funny, bro, because you were already imagining it taking another shot at me, man.
No, but we're not taking shots at you, bro. This is a great conversation. I know wants to say.
You haven't me with that one, bro. You almost thought that I'm on the plantation. Like that was bro. You're funny, man.
No, I just read the comment. The comment said that. The comment said plantation.
You misunderstood the comment.
Wait, I'm looking.
Yeah, when he said neocock, that gave it away.
Yeah, he said neocuck.
Yeah.
Well, no, the part about believing in the acronym. So who used to believe in that acronym, and then now he's on the plantation with Neocog. So
He's
yeah,
saying, Jailhouse Max is saying, Jose, what you're saying is by process of elimination, it has to be based on spiritual. So is that what you're saying? He says, Jose, what you're saying is by process of elimination, it has to be based on spiritual. So you're saying that or no?
okay, so overall, again, remember I answered this question a little bit earlier to say that there's so many variables at play. But a creature, right? Like, because let's say we're encompassing humans and animals to have a similarity to this, but not for me to be like, oh, it's an evolution thing. Stop, please stop referring to me as like this is
Well,
I
no,
believe.
we're not saying that you are evolution. We're showing how this theory can leak into other modes of thought because it's constantly trying to be
Yeah.
pounded into all of us.
That's true. No, that's true right there.
It's-
It can't be in.
It's nobody's susceptible, bro. If we don't have our mental shields up, we'll find ourselves repeating some of the things that evolution is pushing. It's very dangerous.
Very
One
dangerous.
scientist put it at it melts every other theory away. It's like an acid. I forgot who it was that in the 18 or 1900s mentioned that. It's very dangerous, and how it leaked into, okay, now it's a spiritual, somebody can, and we're not attacking on it. We're saying, okay, please clarify it. And that's what we want to, this is where we learn. We all learn. Jamal, you have something?
No, I was gonna say keep Joe Max's thing up because he's asking me right.
Let me go back to it. Was it this one? The process?
No. Jailhouse Maxers. This isn't
So Jose, what you're saying is by process of elimination, it has to be based on spiritual.
Once you take away, and for lack of a better word, the analogy of training a dog and comparing that to raising a child. It's funny that because we do see that a lot of people basically equivalent it to being the same thing, even though it shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be that we see a parent raising a child to be the same as an owner training their dog they got since they were a puppy or whatever, because of course it's going to be a big difference. But at the end of the day, I'm saying this: you can have the variables of the environment, the culture, the parent, and the way that they raised it. There may be something just deeper that science does not explain. Like part of me is probably thinking that the thing with you, my brother, is that you want everything to have a scientific explanation. And it comes to a point that there is just a reality that we can't explain the supernatural entirely. We can have an
Of course not.
understanding.
Of course not. I know that. This is why I say what you're saying is incorrect, because I always say you don't know what's coming next. That there is no way you can have a religious. You can't tell me religiously, spiritually.
What about premonition?
Well, what comes after death? Do you know?
No.
You
What
can't
is
know.
premonition?
So how am I searching for a scientific answer for that?
Oh, that's so unfair. You jump from the context. So you said I can't know what comes next. Now, if you reference that to life to what's after life, okay, you're right. However, what if there is a spiritual answer to say, can somebody harness the power of premonition? What if somebody does see the future?
In what sense?
Hey man,
clearly is it, you see what I'm saying? Because you have to, you're saying, okay, and this has to be explored. Is it seeing what's going to happen tomorrow or far in the future? So what's the distance on that? Is it anything in the future? We have to, because what you're saying is very vague. Oh, they're just, and this is how psychics can fool people. Oh, well, I see something. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm not saying somebody cannot have clairvoyance and clairaudience are seemingly scientifically real things. We have more powers than we could ever imagine. And we're constantly being told that we don't have those. We're constantly being told it's evolution. We're constantly being told it's God, closet God and all of this stuff that doesn't have a wife, but meanwhile it made people. And people have very good things of this, is saying, why wouldn't it be a man and a woman? Why wouldn't it be at the least, why wouldn't it be a hermaphrodite to create life? Why is it have it really makes you wonder, how does God just alone? And it's more than just, it's the Father, the Son, and the holy reptile. It's like, what is it with all of this? Where's the woman? Like the mind, he tried to say, well, maybe the woman is the spirit. No, how about it wasn't the son? How about it was the Father, the Mother, and the Holy Spirit? How about it was that? This is where
Okay,
we
that's
think.
another one too that it could be right, but then it still leads into the fact that there would be a difference in gender. Either way, whether you're saying mother and father and the spirit, it's still going to lead to the
Yeah.
argument. Gender.
Max has a good point. He said we have, and this is what we're doing. We're studying all of the explanations that we come in contact with, instead of eliminating all in favor of one.
I agree. I agree
Yeah,
with that.
yeah. So
I agree
this
with
is
that
very
also.
good.
It's
Yeah,
a good statement.
very good.
That
Yeah.
has to be the smartest thing that's been said on the show tonight. I
Yeah,
actually give him.
there's a lot of other smart stuff, but
No,
I'm
I
also,
think that right there has to be the
well,
one that's just like
well,
look, we
it's
can't
well,
eliminate.
I don't want to put it in one or the other, but everybody has contributed
I'm
extremely
not saying they didn't,
well.
though, but I'm not saying they did it. Just like that one actually hits pretty much right on the button.
I mean,
Like,
we are learning. Like Mark says, these discussions are good. It's how we learn much better and more engaging than the mainstream psyops. Exactly. There's other streams where as soon as you disagree, they're getting angry with you.
Yes.
The fact that we can disagree and still be cool and say, hey, you know what, this is pretty deep. Or this is going to get real deep, man, because Scribe is here. Holy
Oh,
smokes.
here we go. Here's
What's up,
Scribe.
brother? I brought him on.
Yo, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Here you
Yeah. A little loud, but yeah. Let me see. Yeah.
Oh, it's a
Yeah.
little bit loud.
Yeah. No, it's cool. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah. Were you listening?
It seems like you guys are tuning up on Jose. I don't know, man.
Oh shoot. Jose got an ally coming in here.
and then
Oh yeah,
thank you.
Jose's flat too. I think Jose's flatting with you, man.
Oh, and you, of course, see, that's the thing, Scribe. Like sometimes, and I
Ether.
know that's why Scribe just stays quiet sometimes because it's like, bro, you guys get into the Gossip Girl tag team mode of like literally jumping over each other. The Jamal was just like jumping at me by your command, basically. You know, he came out and just like, "Bark, bark, bark, bark." You know, like he just couldn't stop like to let me speak sometimes, man. It's like
All right.
no offense, but I've watched you do that before to me, man. And it's funny, man. That's
Bro,
you
this
know.
is how we get tougher. This is how we get tougher.
What is this toughening, bro? Come
We're
on.
lifting weights intellectually. Jamal put the pressure. We had to bring you back from the thing you were saying about somebody being born bad.
I had to knock you guys off of me to be like, hey, what you think? Like you're gonna pin me down with your
No,
BS
we
and
weren't, bro.
of like
Questions.
when you change the contexts and the scenarios don't even
Questions.
have anything to do with each
Bro,
other.
when you talk with somebody else, you're going to be so far ahead of them in psychological warfare. It can even be called. They're going to say it's strengthening you.
Not because it matters that much, honestly, for me
Well,
to say.
I mean, unless you're talking with zombies. But Scribe, would you anything in particular you were listening to that might have?
I mean, what set them up? What was the main the main question about that?
It was something about, does he think people can be born bad, or is it taught by behavior?
Now that came way after the
Okay,
original.
what was the recent thing then? What was the recent?
So the original thing, if I'm not mistaken, was the dog escaping through the fence and biting someone, and he gets put to.
Okay. I'll explain it to
Even
Scribe.
then, there was something before.
You
There
want
was
me to?
something.
All right, I'll explain it to him. And so Alexis was saying earlier, let me see if I can find it, that and it was an excellent question. He's saying here, Jose, is a dog breaking through his owner's fence and biting someone the dog's fault or the owner for not training him properly? So this is what this question by Alexis, man. Thank you, brother. It really brought up some great conversation. So he's asking Jose this. What would you answer this, Scribe, then, if you want to? This is where yeah.
Yeah, my first thought would be, okay, was the dog being provoked, or was it just
No. The dog just broke
No,
through.
you don't get to answer the question however you want to answer the question, Scribe. You got to answer the question exactly the way MD or
No,
Lex.
it's not that. See, Jose is still kind of tight.
Oh, Jose.
We had him on the unisite. He's
Yeah,
back.
Jose has a little bit of a point.
These guys, when
Right,
they
you
get
know
up,
what? I'm gonna let Scribe read it and answer it then. How
bro,
about
I'm
okay.
gonna find the part in the beginning.
I'm gonna do that. So Scribe, you can read the question and then answer it.
Read the question. Yeah, he's saying is if Jose is a dog barking through an owner's fence and biting someone that if it's a dog's fault, or the owner not trained the dog properly. Uh, yeah, man, there's so much I mean, we need more context on that. But
No, it's
normally,
not
generally
hard.
speaking,
Oh,
if the
no.
dog if the dog isn't mentally straight, or the
Oh
owner
my
just
goodness.
doesn't.
So
No,
you're
I'm saying
saying the
it's,
dog can
it's
be born bad?
default. I would say it's the owner didn't bring it up properly. But then there's going to be other
So
lying
you're on the
causes
fence. So you're
of why.
basically just in case. So you're saying that. So you're saying the dog could be born bad because if it can't be trained properly, then what is it? You see what I'm saying?
Never said get born bad. I mean, or it could have a deficient or something wrong with it or something. And
Genetically, so it could be genetic.
generally it's normal, but some things could take it off. Who knows? I mean, there's a million
Well,
different variables there.
what MD wants to say is that no, if that thing is born bad, you have to break it. You have to break the animal. Like you have to break
No,
the
no,
child.
I'm not saying to. Why would it
Yes,
be?
you are. Yes, because there comes a point where it's no longer now that you will allow them to make the negative decision that affects your reputation as the owner of that child or dog. So you must break the dog or break the child, so
So if
that way the
breaking, all right, now,
that way
so
the
and
nature
just to
of
play
how it
what you're
really
saying,
is.
all right, just to say that
Go
somebody
ahead.
does break it, right? They break it, right? Okay, they break it. That's showing that it's not genetics. So it's showing the genetics can be overridden by what is taught to something. It's not saying that, well, you can't teach these people. You can't teach it. It's
Well,
saying, no, they can be taught. These animals or these dogs or whatever you want to talk about can
you know
be
what?
taught. So is that what
You know
because
what? Yeah,
that's
yeah.
the
You
way.
know what I want to answer your question with you when you say the word taught. When you say the word taught, you're talking about telling somebody something.
Teach.
But
Taught is
obedience,
teach.
but obedience. Let me finish. But obedience, what a person does or the animal does, is a sign of obedience and how it
What?
will be
By
because
what? Obedience
because
because of
broke
what?
because you broke it exactly because you broke it because one thing
Because
was
they're being taught, right?
you taught or what's the difference? What's the difference between teaching?
Well, to break something, you have to
Uh
teach it what not to do and what to do. You're teaching it, saying, "Look, if you do this, these are the
huh.
consequences." So,
Uh-huh.
in the word breaking comes from
Yeah,
teaching
and it
something,
doesn't.
and it could be teaching it in a harsh manner, in a cruel manner, but the fact is that I'm just keeping it very scientific because we're saying, look, the behavior, if it couldn't be changed, there's nothing you can do to break it because it's in
Yeah,
the
no,
genetics.
no. Breaking something is a very scientific process, right? Has to do with repetition.
Let's just
Has
say it couldn't be broken. So then it would mean it's genetics,
oh,
or would it mean that the person doesn't understand, doesn't know how to break it properly? Because that has happened too, where they have horses and they say, "Oh, well, this horse is
oh,
untrainable," and then somebody
And,
rides.
and the whole core thing, they're saying if it's premeditative, if there was a thought, okay, I'm gonna have an evil, I'm gonna commit an evil, I know about it, I'm gonna go through with it, versus maybe the dog thought the guy was an intruder, or thought something
No, no,
else,
he
or
breaks
the
out
guy
of the
was
fence. So the
provoking
guy
him.
isn't intruding. He breaks out of the fence. Now, we did say that, okay, maybe the owner, if you still, because we're putting it on the owner, because it also goes into, Alexis was bringing into, he was really expanding it very well because it was like, okay, if a girl is 12 years old and she wants to get with a guy that's 25 or 30, is it the girl's fault or is it the guy's fault? So the girl, of course, is too young. She's not, a minor cannot consent, like a child cannot consent. The dog who goes out there and bites the person, the owner's responsible. Now, is it because the dog is genetically like that, or is it because the owner didn't teach the dog properly? Because there are dogs that come out of the fence that don't bite people. But we're trying to say, okay, because it seems like evolutionary cope when somebody says, well, it's just born that way. Jamal, you had something? I don't know if you.
No, no,
Yeah.
no.
But yeah, and it's not ganging up on Jose, like Mark said. Jose, you hold your own very well. We replicant testing, man. This is where we learn. I mean, you got Scribe here, both of y'all. I'm surprised,
But that's what I'm saying. Was it premeditated? Was it an evil act in the thing's mind, or
No, it's
the
not
dog,
about
or the
premeditation.
person?
It's about if it breaks out, right, and it bites someone. Is it biting someone because the owner didn't train it properly not to bite people? Like, because the dog could be trained to where it just growls and is very standoffish, right? And then there's some that are just going to go out there biting people. I've seen that. I mean, it's horrible. It makes you
You've seen
want
many
to
times
go.
where they had to put the dog down because of certain things that
Yeah,
happen.
but
That happens a lot
yeah.
too.
Now there is something, and you know what? Somebody brought up a very good factor of rabies and stuff. So that shows us that even if it is rabies, it is not genetic because it is something that affected the dog other than its genetics. So we're saying that if everything is running good and there's no problems with, everything is healthy, then behavior of how you're taught is really the person that teaches you is the one that's really the cause of why your behavior, like you would bite someone, or you would, the young girl doesn't know, she's too young, but for the older guy to say, listen, you know what, talk to your parents when you get older, whatever, it's on him. And if he doesn't act in that manner, it's because he wasn't taught properly. And this is something where they try to say, PDF files, are they born or are they cultivated that way? Now we know society really goes into that. Religion, the perfect topic, religious zombie, that it just shows that they do. There's many things people can look up on the internet to see how this has happened in many religious establishments, the trauma that has happened, that behavior, that act that these priests and these imams and these rabbis and Hindu pundirs do, right? The ones that do the wrong thing to the youth in their congregations. Are they born that way, or is that taught to them? Maybe from an abuse that happened when they were younger, maybe by something they watch or saw, or friends or family. It seems to be.
It depends on the person. Like I was telling you, I was being brought up. It's been being pounded in my head to do this, the
So it
religious
was
thing with the
taught.
Catholic thing and go to catechism as a kid and
Yeah.
class and all this stuff.
So
I'm
it
like,
was taught. So you
no.
didn't
I mean,
just.
it made me despise it more and more and more to
Okay,
the
but
point where I'm like, I'm not going.
You weren't born saying you want to go to the catechism, right?
No, I was forced to go
It
there, and
had to
then
be
I
taught.
despised.
So
Yeah,
so it wasn't in your genetics. So we're saying, and this is what the stream, what Jose
but I
was.
was brought up that way. You're saying, well, if he's brought up that way, it should work. Well, in my case, it's the opposite.
No, we're not saying it should work. We're saying that it's like, okay, that behavior, that what you're taught determines, like it can influence the way you act. It has, like your parents, what you do comes from. Now we're not saying whether it was right or wrong or whether it took or not. We're saying that behavior, what you're taught, is what overrides any genetics. It's not saying that, like it's like, okay, say you would have said yeah, and you went to the church, right? And you say, you know what, I'm religious, man, whatever, right? You now that what that came because of what you were taught, because of the environment. You didn't just grow up saying, hey, I want to go to the church. You see what I'm saying? So we see right here that, wait a minute, nobody's just going to go to the catechism and stuff like that. No, they got to be taught. Their parents, hey, you know what, this is what you should do, blah blah blah. You go to it. So we can see clearly that that's taught. So now the negative is important. What is somebody is not taught? They're not taught the consequences. They're not taught the behave in the right way. They're not taught you do this. And you don't do this just because I say that. You do this because of these. You do this, one, because it's not right. You wouldn't want somebody to do it to you. But you also do it because you see where it's just wrong. Even if somebody can't do it to you or something, why would you do that to somebody else? And this behavior, like in Japan, my friend, the doctor, he was telling me, he goes, he married a Japanese girl. He goes, they have moral class in Japan. I remember he used to be very critical of the system back in the early 2000s over here. And when I was speaking with him, he goes, they have a class where they tell you, why is it wrong to steal? And everybody talks about it in class and stuff like that. There's no janitors and stuff. The Japanese students have to keep the school clean. So they understand not to abuse things because you got to clean it up. Even if you didn't have to clean it up. Jailhouse Maxer, brother, thank you for the support, bro. He says, do all animals have the agency to restrict their natural instincts? Not just humans, but grizzly bears, lions, and gorillas. I would say from evidence that all of the animals that can be put into a zoo have that ability because they're showing it to us. They're saying, yeah, they'll mess you up if you cross that line. And most of the time, people do get what happens. But a lot of the times, we see the trainer, the person in the zoo feeding the animal. The animal knows maybe, hey, it knows one thing: how to restrict itself. It has the action, the agency to restrict their natural habit, instincts. So if they see an opportunity, oh yeah, they're gonna be on you. Like there's this guy that raises he's a zookeeper for leopards, and there's a video on YouTube where he has, goes in there and feeds them, and he goes, watch, I'm gonna turn my back. He was outside of the cage, but against it, the fence. And when he turned his back and he pressed it against the fence, you saw one of the leopards that was in the artificial like tree type of thing start to get alert and start to slowly position itself to crawl forward. And the camera's on him and the cat behind him. So it showed like, wow, they can, when he went in the cage to feed them, they didn't just attack him. So they definitely restricted their natural instincts, but it came out as soon as he turned his back to them. So with that, I mean, that's a really good question, man, but definitely they restricted to a certain extent because again, now when we look at this, they're taught when they're kids by their parents on how to hunt. But again, some that are raised in captivity, we have to look at that I would think still keep that natural predatory thing. Kind of like how I would say with humans, how we would know, okay, if we see a fruit on a tree and we weren't raised, we might have an inclination to pick it, to put our hand up, grab it and pull it off. Or we might see it drop and we're like, oh, snap, this mango dropped on the floor. I remember seeing that many times in the Caribbean on the ground and you would hear it. And it's just like, wow. Yeah. So the natural instinct thing, yeah, I think that, well, not even just thinking it, definitely some animals are expressing that to where they can restrict their natural instincts. Now, on some animals, we do see where we don't know if they're restricting it or what the reason might be. Like, say you're in the water with a shark. Nobody wants to go in the water with a shark, even at the zoo or the aquarium. Yeah, this requires a lot, but definitely
If you look at Shamu and all that, when they do the shows and all that, yes, some, that's a very intelligent animal, and it's going to realize it's in a clown show and it's being used for, whatever, and it's in a small captive area that doesn't feel comfortable with, and it's like, how long do you expect that animal to just be abused, even though, oh, it's a show, but it knows what's going on, right? I mean, they're up there with the what do you call it? The dolphins. I mean, both these animals are very intelligent, and they're
The
mammals.
the orc is not even an actual whale, if I'm not mistaken. My scientific definition is actually a different species of dolphin.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
man. I mean,
yeah,
no, we go into a lot of it, and it just again, if we're going back down into I guess the general theme of what we've been going back and forth about saying does a creature, human or animal, does its genetics determine its behavior? To an extent, of course it does. And to an extent, of course, everything else does as well. The environment, its upbringing, all those things. And there's an essence of everything that is also a spiritual component. My opinion. I'm not gonna at this point. I'm just saying everything I'm saying is obviously my opinion.
yeah,
But I think, but I think we all agree that there is definitely something more than the physical that is influencing the physical behaviors
yeah, yeah,
people are doing. And I think
yeah.
Mr. Ego,
That's the one thing, Jose, that I keep telling Andy. It's like we're trying to figure out something, like you said earlier, supernatural, and then you have like the way it's split into two, the way the dual thing where you only get to join the religious or spiritual side, or the technological scientific side, or Republican versus Democrat. You have to choose one. So you never get the truth of either one because they keep them separate. So you never get what's in the middle, which is where the truth should lie, somewhere in the middle that combines both aspects together. Some can be seen and tested scientifically, whereas the other part, which is not explained, physically but spiritually. And I think a lot of that deals with, like even though like the ancient tribes that they knew how to communicate with the elders, whatever, did a different association with the animals and the trees and the water and everything else. They could see things we can't see. They have visions, whatever. They use ayahuasca. They use all these things that to us, is a way out there considered, drugs, whatever. But to them, it's a way of life, and they're able to understand these things metaphysically, physically, spiritually, all at the same time. Where we're not. We're like robots and have we can only compute one piece or this piece over here. So they've kept everything super fragmented to where we can never understand the whole thing. Therefore, we'll never be able to unify, especially because the political system and the government are split and divided between the two different parties. So there's never going to be any kind of unification or understanding of, you know, any unification at all. I mean, at that point. So that goes for science and religion and reality itself. So we only get to see a part of what that is, and we never get to see the full picture. So that's pretty much our quest to have these streams like this to get to the bottom of those big empty things, where they call it junk DNA or whatever junk, meaning that they don't want you to know what that is, or so it's just purely blatantly obvious in your face, hidden in plain sight, symbols and things in buildings that are just there with these symbols, and they mean these certain things, and they're just showing it to your face, and I'm kind of laughing because like you don't know what that means, but we do. And once you start figuring out what these things mean, you realize, wow, symbols and things like that are way more expressive than language itself. But they can mean many more things. Like what they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words, or a symbol's worth, you know, way beyond the magnitudes beyond that. So it's impressive how they've fragmented everything, including language itself, so it keeps everyone divided and separated. You know, we got Giles Max, we appreciate it, brother, for the donation. He says, this might be the deepest topic, but could AI, or a deeper topic, but could AI have instincts in the future, especially if no one has no preset code? It can pretty much do whatever it wants. I mean, that's the thing. That's what I was saying. It's like if we allow the AI to just run and do whatever it wants to, because I mean, at that point, there's going to be a lot of AI bots hacking that can do things that are just insane now. That what they can do, and if they taint the data sets of these AIs, then they can infiltrate the AI within itself through the data flow itself. Those are there's a guy, I forgot his name. Then the guy, the lucky guy, lucky whatever his name is, the guy that has a contract with the government to do special weapon systems, and he's incorporating AI and all kinds of crazy stuff in there. And he was the guy that did the with Zuckerberg the VR headset, the Oculus or whatever. So yeah, they're combining all this crazy stuff with the military stuff and the warfare and uh, yeah. So as far as being able to do that, it would have to be someone who says or something that says, well, we couldn't control it. It was not. It's basically to let AI loose and let it do that type of stuff would require a great amount of negligence, great amount of conspiracy and lies to allow something like this to happen. Because even these systems require maintenance. They require verification of quality assurance and everything else involved in making sure the data is clean and hasn't been corrupted, or it's not learning some crazy stuff or doing some crazy stuff. So if these things are not monitored and it's just left to do whatever it wants, then that's again negligence, and whoever's doing that is should be charged, legally liable for that. And I'm sure there is going to be a lot of that going on, but if they deny it and Skynet and stuff like that starts happening, then it's really up to the people again. It's always back to the people having to hold these people accountable. Hey, this we know we're not dumb. We know what's going on here. This doesn't just happen naturally. So it's really up to us, to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, yeah, no, definitely. Religious zombies, man. Thinking about stuff like we have good conversations because we allow it to go in different directions. That's really the way to learn. The biggest question is, where are we going? Wanting to know where we come from, that's very important. It's very important to try to figure that out. We can get closer to that than we can to knowing where we're going, because that is the ultimate journey. We're having a great journey going here, rowing our boat gently down the stream through existence. But
For
that,
the Bill Hicks thing with the it's just a ride.
just a ride.
We're
And,
definitely
and
going to
that,
continue existence. I believe that with 100% certainty. We're
yeah.
going to continue to exist in another form.
Hmm.
Where
And
we'll be, I can't say, but we will
yeah.
exist.
And that's a beautiful thing. It feels beautiful when I think about that there's something next. That the one thing, the little unsureness is that, wow, I can never figure out where. I can just think about the people that I love, that where did they go? What did the moments, what were they like? We see the physical. I mean, it really,
And
yeah,
what
it's a
other
tough
animal
one.
thinks like this? What other, not that we're animals, but what animal in this universe, what species actually asks
Well,
these questions?
I
Why are we the
do.
only ones?
Well, I see videos with birds. I've even seen it in real life. They care about their they know something has happened. This spirituality, this consciousness, or what Scribe would call as the ether or something like that. I don't fully understand it, but I've heard
Well,
scientists talk about it. Yeah.
I would say, look, when they say energy can never die, can never be destroyed
Well, I'm not
nor
sure about
created,
that. You see,
that's where it comes from.
again, yes. See, they're telling us that. How do I know it can't?
Right.
Maybe it can.
An
Maybe it can
electrical
die,
volt, for
or
example.
maybe it transforms, or maybe that's saying what we know, not just energy, but nothing. Nothing is gonna. We're gonna continue on in what way we don't know. And one thing that I would think, they're always trying to tell us that next thing is going to be forever, like heaven or something, or hell or something like that, but something forever. And I'm like, no, I don't think it's going to be forever. I think it's
I mean,
going to
there's definitely imprint. I mean, I've looked into the NDE thing a lot,
be, well, why would
and yes, it does. It seems there seems to be a thing there to how you live your life is what you're going to see or what you're going to imagine when you do it. But there is a lot of evidence to where people have been in the hospital, have been on the table, they've done,
yeah, and they've
legally
seen,
dead for an
yeah,
hour or whatever, and they're
yeah,
seeing themselves and they're able to
yeah,
see and hear everything. And then when they
yeah,
get back in their body, they're able to recite, "Oh, you did this, you were doing this, you said this." So
yeah.
there's enough evidence to show that we are able to be out of the body, and
Right.
there's people that can do it willingly.
Oh yeah,
So there is
oh yeah,
evidence of that.
That's
yeah.
the doctors were shocked about it. They validated what they
Mhm.
said.
There was a lady that started an organization over here in New York, and it was all about psychic stuff. I was in a bookstore in Borders when they were open, and she was like, "Oh, we're having a psychic class over here." And I was like, really? So I went over, it was like maybe 12, 15 people. And this girl, Jenna, that was sitting next to me, her father worked on the Montauk Project out
Mm.
on Long Island, which, again, Jailhouse Maxa says as of right now, yeah, the elites physically, man, the stuff that they're deciding and the way they're pushing it, it's just, yeah, man. That's what we're trying to figure out. Like, holy smokes. Well,
No,
one
from
thing
what I
is,
hear, it's not just like one group of bad people doing all this to us and all that. From what it sounds like, there's a mixture. There's like elites that are considered good, as in they actually care about us, and there's the ones that want to do the harm. And there's like a constant back and forth battle going on, and a lot of it is nasty, and we see a lot of the remnants of that and all the new stuff to come. But there is some type of good force that's in there that tries to alleviate that, but at the same time it's it just feels like we can't do anything, but there is a balance in that, and it's tilted like 1 degree to the good, so it's just a tight, it's just a little bit tilted as far as that for the karmic scale, depending on how much evil whatever you do, and these guys are able to somehow balance that by letting you know what they're going to do before it happens, write a book, let open and uh right there, visible in plain sight, and somehow that helps them not get that same type of karma, or whatever. But that also probably involves witchcraft, whatever they're into, or
yeah,
sacrifice, or whatever that is, or you transfer that energy to another thing or whatever. It's kind of like, oh, I was watching the opening of this movie. I'm seeing this. It starts out like in this thing with Santeria, whatever this guy. is trying to rid this woman of this demonic thing, and then he brings in this pig, and the pig's squealing, whatever. Not squealing, actually, the pig's just chilling in the cage, and then he's like trying to, tell the demon to leave the body, and then he was able to transfer the demon to the pig, and once it transferred the pig started freaking out and screaming and stuff. And I was just thinking about that, I was like, that's interesting, the chicken thing and all that. So it kind of got me thinking. It's like they're able to move energies around, they're able to move, I guess, even the literal soul, the whatever it's tied to this body, they're able to somehow transplant that to another body or something like that. I mean, if we get to that level, we're playing God at that level, because now it's like technically you could live forever if you knew how to do soul transplantation, because the soul doesn't get old, only the body.
Well, what did Mr. X say once?
No, go ahead.
I wanted to say that I'm gonna chill out in the chat now for the rest of the show for whatever you guys have.
Man, it's always a pleasure, brother. You know what's up, man. You
Yeah.
with the crew. You with the crew. Yo, Jake, you passed the replicant test. It's so funny. Sons of God, I gotta give him credit for that. That replicant test from Blade Runner is freaking hilarious when you see it in part 2. It's brutal. But I mean, Jake, we already know it. I thought you were coming on, man, but you had mercy. It just when he yeah, because I was like, oh, if you come on with Zubak, it's just going to be ugly. It's going to blood on the floor type of,
it was even better to allow Zubak to be the one to
Zubak
interview.
surgical.
Exactly. See, that's the difference. That's why it was perfect, and I realized that too, because letting him talk, which no offense, I just feel like sometimes you don't, and sometimes other panel members might not let the other person talk as much. Because either they can dig their grave or they can explain themselves better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One or the other. That's why
and nothing against him. I mean, I'm happy for him. Hey, you know what? Hey, people are on. I'm more concerned of we're all kind of like my friend told me. She said, "Listen, we're all just walking each other home." That's what it is in her culture, and it's amazing, beautiful saying. But then I wonder, okay, what's going to happen after this? I feel like a spaceman traveling through time, thinking to myself, like, you know what? I'm going somewhere. I'm definitely going somewhere. It's going to be an everlasting, to be at this level of consciousness, to be able to contemplate, is going to be an everlasting journey forward through existence. And what is forward? What am I moving forward into? Like I said before, the past being created every second, every microsecond, the past is being created, even minute into, femtoseconds and stuff like that. Stuff that it gets into. See, understanding numbers and math can actually scientific. You look at it and you say, man, time travel is possible. Or the slowing, or the fact you start to understand the fabric of existence and say that this. So in other words, this is an artificial. It's a construct, like a simulation in a way. But also we got the physical thing. What if, like how we know with the Matrix, when the people would come out of the Matrix and then they're in the real physical world, right? What if it's like that? Constantly, like we wake up from this and we're like, holy smokes, it was like this was an amazing thing, that simulation. So we're in the lab or something, and then we decide, and then maybe the lab turns out to be a simulation, and then it goes on. So what if, like, going into the next is something like that? The scary thing, or well, it doesn't scare me, but the thing that it's like, holy smokes, man, that's going to be, I don't know how many, hopefully it's quick, the way I look at it, when the moment happens, because we see people that go through other things.
I mean, you do it every night. You actually go into a death, type of thing when you go to sleep, and then you can't tell the difference between the dream and you kind of go without the pain, obviously. But
like sometimes I'll sleep and wake up and I'm like, where the holy smoke? You're right. No,
what if we see it in other?
They jump and say you die every night. Every night you go to bed, you're basically dying from this world. You're crossing over to the dream world, and you're experiencing whatever that is. Half the time you're here, half the time you're over there.
Like, imagine if we could see things in 2 dimensions rather than 3, and then how much different the world is,
Well, I think 2 dimensions is when you're looking at something flat on a paper and you're writing forward and backwards and side to side.
Yeah, if we could look at things just flat.
So in a way, we
Because we
could
can't
really
really
look.
see the fourth dimension in our own minds, but we could maybe, see the difference between the second and the third, which we live in the third, obviously, to see how much of a greater reality we live in than what we
Mhm.
see in this third dimension.
And that's just looking at it in dimensionally. So now we have the dimensions, then we have, like you said, the consciousness, the spirituality, the non-corporeal part of us, the physical part, corporeal part, and then time. Like, what is this thing that is creating the past every second?
Mm-hmm.
And is the future has to exist, trickling backwards, creating the moment I'm in right now. And I'm creating, and you and I and all are creating these moments going further backwards into time.
Yeah.
But we think, I guess it's a misconception. Why would it only be just me going forward from this point on? We're moving forward. There's nothing in front of us. And we see that we're leaving a trail behind us. That could be. But could it also be that the way the present moment creates the past? Scientifically is proven. We see it as far as we know. Could theoretically that mean the future is creating the present, the way the present is creating the past? And if we get like a wave or something, could that explain like a premonition or clairvoyance or clairaudience where somebody can hear something coming back from the future or even from the past, an echo
Mm-hmm.
kind of? And I think we're so powerful mentally or just like existentially that we could do things like that with our mind. We could think back and go
We
back to a
channel.
certain time.
We could channel
Yeah, but you
entities
can
that
think
aren't
of it.
bound by time.
You can think of a thing you did when you were a kid clearly, right? Like I can think of, in a picture, you look at it, you can remember that moment, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, that's a type of travel. It like I'm looking at this, okay, I'm not there, but I can see, like I guess it would be called remote viewing. Places, say you've been, all right, I've been to the shopping market, right? I can see part of the shopping market just by thinking of it right here in my mind.
Excellent.
So that is some form. I think we underrate that. Like it's like overlooked. Like holy smokes, that's amazing.
I agree.
So that's a form of being able to visualize where I've been. So I
Yeah,
can think
the
about
visual thing's amazing. It's that that's your third eye. I mean, that or whatever you want to call it. That's your inner eye. That you can see inside, even if you're blind physically. You have that ability. But when you say past and future, now after thinking about it more, I mean, I only think that there's the eternal now. As in, this bandwidth runs on what's called the speed of light, and that's the bandwidth of how fast that when you watch film 30 frames a second, whatever. This is actually doing the speed of light. So I'm thinking there's only the eternal now. What we consider the past is what we've gathered and what we can visualize from what we thought the past was, and the future is whatever that is. But when I say time travel, again, that's not affecting this timeline. You could possibly go back to a time or dimension that looks like that. Apparently there's ways to do that, but you're not here. You're not in this timeline.
Mhm.
So people who have done that will appear and reappear in this area, but when they disappear, they're somewhere else. But or it could happen in the blink of an eye, and they think it's 2 years or something like that.
Yeah.
But I'm saying I think it's the eternal now, and there is no past or future. It's only what you think it is.
What's that thing called? Flow state? Like you feel like you're like when you walk on the beach and you turn around and realize you walked almost a mile and you didn't even realize it. You were in the moment when you're drawing something, creating something, and you forget how much time has passed. Like, holy smokes, 3 hours, because you're in the moment, the flow state, I think they call that. That kind of is like surfing through time. It's like when those moments that I had where it was like time did not exist until I came back. And it's like, holy smokes. And it wasn't just, I don't even recall it happening if I'm sitting and thinking. It's more of doing something. So like maybe if I'm drawing a picture, which I haven't done in a while, you start to get into it and time ceases to exist in a way, or it's not noticed. And then you come back and it's like, holy smokes.
Well, I think
Huh?
I was just going to say our perception of time can definitely change. I mean,
and I
when you
think as
smoke
we
the
get
bud
older,
or whatever, your time slows.
time gets quicker. I clearly see time. Man, I would be torturing just to get from 9 a.m. to 12 a.m. to get to lunch when I was like 18 years old.
Right.
I remember being like, man, you in the army, be like, man, I can't wait for lunch. Or the day would, the old saying, the day would drag. As you get older, no days drag.
Yeah.
They fly. And when I was younger, it's like, I remember, it's like to Monday to Friday to get to payday. It was like, holy smokes, man. And it was like grueling. And then as you get older, they say, you're young if you think a month is a long time. And it's true. Years are flying by. 5 years passed by. I'm like, holy smokes.
I mean, this year's over. 2025 seems like it just
man, 5 years and 25 years into this millennium.
See but that's your physical perception of time based on your body, not your consciousness, which doesn't have an age, and it doesn't age the same at all. So you're thinking of that. What do we base time on? Revolutions of what, the moon going around the Earth or whatever in 24-hour intervals, whatever, and then a year is how long it takes the Earth to go around the sun. It's all based off that. But so that's how fake it is.
Yeah. Say we didn't have any of that, or nobody knew about that. You still would understand there's a forward progression through time. So you don't
even based on your degradation of your body. Your consciousness doesn't know that. If your conscious kept living, you wouldn't know how old you are. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know.
Exactly.
Our physical is subject to time. That's for sure.
Exactly. Yeah. And it changes, like you said, it changes. Jailhouse Max says, I'm not quite sure that the brain and consciousness are 100% separate, because certain things the brain goes through can affect the conscious mind, like dementia or schizophrenia. Now, I would say that the brain being a receiver of the consciousness theory, dementia and schizophrenia, maybe the hardware is damaged, the brain. So maybe the brain is compromised. So because dementia and stuff, hopefully it can be cured. It would be good, or reversed or something. So now, if that is true, then the dementia is really something that's messing with the physical construct on the brain, and the consciousness is still being able to be broadcasted, but the brain's not picking it up because of what the diseases are doing. Just the way
that's what's so hilarious, how they want to compare those two diseases. I mean, they're completely different. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Just for a second, it went out and then came back. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm saying those two things are completely different, and I'm not sure, how they say, oh, these are mental disease or whatever. Where the dementia is, in my mind, is simply like, when you fry a circuit or some type of wire has been cut or whatever, the synapse is not there anymore.
It's linked to some studies, in my opinion, the saying is linked to like an aluminum thing, like people that used to use aluminum pots and cook tomato sauce a lot. That chemical reaction is caused by that. So
it could cause whatever that short is in the brain, I'm saying.
Yeah. So it's like maybe a chemical that does that short, which is why I was saying hopefully it can be reversed. And
but then the other thing with the schizophrenia, it's a completely different thing, where now you're seeing stuff that's from other worlds or whatever it is. You're able to see something that other people can't see.
And it's a good thing you brought that up. So now that's what's saying to me when you say that. Maybe it's altering the brain's reception to where now it's receiving all these different things. So it's seeing different things. It's doing this. So the problem, the dementia affects it physically to where it doesn't receive the signal.
Yeah, because remember, the brain is almost like it'll let you operate on a normal level, but then it's blocking all these things. Where you've heard people have had accidents and all of a sudden they're super geniuses or something like that.
Yes.
They're they unlock something in the brain or whatever. Yeah, it seems like the brain has like these lock, fail safe mechanisms, and it blocks certain things, but they can be open, and they don't want people to open that.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's it says, as Varun experienced 100 lifetimes. Yeah, man, brain in a vat. Yeah, that would be crazy if we're a brain in a vat, bro. That is, man. Something that's straight. That's a good sci-fi thing. But yeah, brain.
One thing about that. Can I mention something about that? Because
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
watching Soft White Underbelly one time, and they brought in this one woman who was abused severely as a child, and she described that when she experienced that abuse, it was of all different types of nature. I won't go into it, but she felt a sinking in her body, like a disconnect from her body,
Hmm.
a disconnection, where she just sunk into her body, and it was like to avoid the pain or something like that. It just she just felt like she just sank in her body, and then she wouldn't feel anything. It's like so there, and back in World War II, they did experiments like that where trauma-based mind control, where the person actually sinks into the body and they can fragment the mind. But is it the brain or is it the mind? I don't know. But
And it could be more. Like, who was it? The mind that came on. He's got a really good view where he said, "What about the heart? This could be based more on the heart than the mind because we're
mhm,
only taught like, okay, the mind's the receiver. What if it's the heart that somehow is the receiver? Like, the morphogenic fields that Rupert Sheldrake talks about. And even though I think he might be kind of semi-evolution, but he's very open-minded to say, look, there are fields that are measurable that come away from the body, from the brain and heart. They call one was the heart field. It's like 3 to 5 feet when you get into a certain distance. Now, the gut might be able to feel even further. People can get a feeling like, something, the bacteria in you has the sense to react on a distance that we don't even know what it
yeah,
is. And we get
agreed.
these feelings because what it's easy to forget all the time is that more than half of us in our body is bacteria. So we're a half a being, basically.
Hmm.
We're like a half a being with the other half being not just one type of bacteria, but different microbiomes throughout the body. The skin's microbiome, the gut's microbiome, the different parts, the face, the hair. It's just amazing. And you start to see like, holy smokes, that's just us. And then you got all these other life forms. Alexis says, are ghosts real? Um, man,
Spirits are real, that's for sure.
yeah. Yeah, Scribe is expert on this, man. He definitely if he's there.
Well, that's going to be the ether world. I mean, that's apparently where the soul thing, the be able to travel free without being constrained to these bodies. That's the world you're talking about over there. But I wanted to touch upon something kind of crazy. We are talking about the torso, on your body, your torso, the torus field is where it really comes from.
Mhm.
And your belly button in the center, that's your center of the vortex. So there's apparently an energy vortex on our bellies because there was this one practitioner guy, this Chinese guy who learned the art of qi. I think it's 37th level, and people couldn't figure out how he would basically cure people using electricity to his fingertips generated from his stomach area, his stomach. And he's trying to explain to the guys that are doing a documentary about something. He's trying to explain to them how it works. And he's basically saying that he meditates and that he builds up energy and then he's able to release the energy through his navel cap, in that area. And it comes out through his fingertips and he's able to perform, what doctors would call miracles, whatever, but using electricity, being able to touch the body and heal stuff like that. Mel Gibson visited him, had some crazy experience with him to the point where he asked this priest, "Hey, is this guy put something in me, like demonic things?" Like, no. Well, did he help you? He was like, yeah. I was like, okay, then that's what I need to know. But this guy apparently studied that, and he was explaining how that electrical charge was from the gut. And so when you think about that, and you realize you're able to charge up, these things in the center point or your torso is a gleaming image of like the North Pole. Again, I don't want to bring this up. I know MD wants to. I'm saying the center point, your belly button in that thing is representative of the North Pole of
Hmm.
where I believe life was created. But you have this within your body, so everything macro micro copies each other throughout existence and nature, and that's how we know it's real. Like, again, with the water droplet, you drop water droplet into a still lake, you see how the rings go outwards. Well, that's a representation of your navel with your the storage field in your body and the realm itself, which I believe again is you know representative of those rings
Hmm.
and on a perfectly flat surface. Good.
Yeah, Uh, it's Gaia. Yeah, you're right, man. It's like, I was looking up what you said here about Cartesian dualism, man. It's kind of deep. I don't know, Mr. X, you want to say something?
No, go right ahead.
Yeah, I just looked it up. It says that it was proposed by Rene Descartes. The theory that the universe consists of two distinct substances, the physical and the non-physical, or the soul, the spiritual. This view suggests that humans are a combination of these two separate entities. Now, the other thing is they're saying it's the idea that we're divisible, but I guess Gaia might know more about this with the because all right, so and that's it makes me wonder. So wait, so how? And you think about it, it's like when I saw like this, anybody can look it up on YouTube, the bird there chirping in sorrow after the other bird passes. I just saw the other day, this guy was driving down the block. I forgot where we were going, but I noticed on the road up ahead, there was a squirrel that was crushed on the road. And there was this other squirrel, regular size, looking like, I guess it was observing it, like knowing like that was its friend, and now it's straight pavement meat, right there. And as the truck was coming up, I saw the squirrel just jump out the way on the side of the road, and it was on the opposite side that we were driving, so we could see it clearly. And it was like the squirrel knew its friend was chilling with Elvis, and he's like, yo, this, like it showed that the regular animal thing doesn't what they want us to think, that it's just an animal, doesn't apply. It just, we see it even on the Serengeti. You see a mother defending her young. You see a pack, a pride defending each other. It's like if something, it's rare that something is left just to fend. Maybe
You see, that makes sense because we share the same blood and similarities, with those animals as far as physicality, not the soul. But what about insects, which have different blood exoskeletons?
Okay, this is the amazing thing about insects. This is when people, the Western or modern world tries to act like they're, we're taught to think that we're above nature or above tribal people. But then that's why I got to do the human origins things to really, that's one of the three most important questions. Why, how do we get here, why we're here, and then where we're going, which is the most important. But I think about it like, wow, there's a tarantula that actually will adopt a certain type of frog. You can look this up on YouTube. And that frog will eat the bugs that would eat the eggs of the tarantula. And this is amazing. Now, other frogs, the spider is going to eat the frog. And anybody can look this up. It's a certain species of frog that it actually keeps as a protector. Now, there is a bird that does something similar. There's a really small snake. It looks almost like a worm. It's amazing. And the video is the bird keeps that little tiny snake, which we would think is a worm, because it even, it doesn't look, it's amazing looking little creature. Anybody can look it up. It eats the bugs and the parasites that would affect the baby chicks. So you're seeing a symbiotic relationship. Ants farming aphids, getting little bits of honey from that. Ants that take leaves and cut them on the top of trees, bring them down and cultivate it in like a place where they make a fungus that they eat. So they don't even eat the leaves. The fungus that grows on the leaves that they cultivate. And they have like such a system where it's like, holy smokes. And that's why it's like, when you look at just the basic life that's on the planet, the fact that we have so much technology now, any thinking person is going to be like, wait a minute, this is just some alien men in black type, just the stuff you've seen on Earth. And then if you go into like the deep sea stuff, they were repairing underwater cables, and they were turning the lights on to fix the cables and notice the whole ecosystem down there. So once again, we see that real advancement that we never expect. Nobody was going on there looking for creatures. They were fixing the cable. And that's how they have this whole thing now, these last decades of underwater, marine exploration and stuff like that, the deep sea vents and stuff like that. So this happened, decades ago, 50 years ago, 70 years ago, when they were fixing something. See, people don't know that these cables underwater have been around, for at least 70 years. And if you look at 70 years, that's only 1950, 1955. And even if you were to go 50 years, so they definitely had it 50 years ago. And the lights, now they're going deeper and deeper and seeing just the life forms that you see down there are just off the handle compared to what you see on the land, which again is some Twilight Zone type of stuff. When you look at a tarantula taking care of a frog to eat the bugs that would affect the eggs of the tarantula. I'm like, and it finds the right species. I mean, how is that?
That sounds like software. That sounds like, something that is running through a program.
Yeah, I agree.
Well,
they're programmed for it.
All right, even if it's not a program, it seems more like,
or akin to AI, something like that.
I'm not even maybe AI, but it seems even beyond that to me somehow. Like, wait a minute, it's so crazy. It's like looking at an impossible object or like a piece of art where you're like, wow, and you see it from a different angle and say, holy smokes, how the heck was this made? Like there's some artwork that is like, there's one I showed where it looks like just like these different boards put in different positions, and when you look in the mirror, you see it's a piano. So the fact that you look at it and you're seeing that, holy smoke, this looks like he set this pile up to look like a pile of wood from this angle. And then when I look at it in the mirror, it's assembled a piano with the keys and everything. It's really amazing. It's when people that do art, that when the shadow that the art casts is the art, and you see like a silhouette of like, a woman or like a castle or something like that. And it's like, it really shows you that what we think is reality is it's always advancing. We're always seeing a little more. And then we're never going to see the whole thing. That's another thing, like death. Death is a really, really deep question. But knowing that we can't ever really, from our perception right now, experience the full face of reality. And what adds to that theory is that we see there's always something we're learning if we're open-minded that we didn't know before. And we know that we can look back in time and see it for sure. So now it can be scientifically documented. Like, okay, you're definitely smarter than when you were 15, right? You're definitely smarter than when you were 20 compared to when you were 30. You knew more stuff. So we see if there's stagnation in that, it's because of belief. Belief is it puts a mask over reality, and you don't want to see you. It's really hard to just go forward with the science to say, you know what, I'm going to look through this and I'm going to study genetics and see, wow, it's like really a battle, because Mr. X knows if you don't understand certain scientific things, they'll throw evolution at you and try to derail it. I mean, the evolution zombies, that religious zombies of evolution are just relentless.
Can I ask you something about that piano with the mirror? Because I thought that was fascinating. And I was just kind of Googling it, not the piano part, but about the dimensions, because it says a 4D dimension can cast a 3D shadow. Is that what the artist was doing in a way with that?
No, I wouldn't say he was doing that. I think that when you say that, is that something, I guess, like it could explain what we think we see as spirits or ghosts actually could be that reflection from the fourth dimension. So not even something like a ghost in our dimension. That's actually good that you brought that up, because it made me think of that, to say, yeah, something that casts its shadow. Why wouldn't that? So there's something in the fourth dimension possibly that casts the shadow, which is what we might call a ghost. And just the way we cast a shadow, then
right,
our shadow is just like,
it's flat.
Yes, it's not doing anything unless we move. The shadow looks like it's moving towards something, but it's really possibly,
it doesn't look two-dimensional because it's flat.
Yeah, the shadow is a perfect example of the second dimension. a perfect example, because the way it crawls over stuff as you move, if you're in bright sunlight and you can see a good shadow and you move and you'll see it like wiggle across the ground, it's just amazing to think of that, to say that's my, not only is that's my two-dimensional thing.
Yeah.
And you can see it with other things. You can hold up an object and say, holy smoke. And then when you angle it, you can see the shadow grow. It's just, I mean, understanding shadows is some really amazing stuff that I think is very much overlooked. Very much. There's a lot of work that scientifically, that's actually a very exciting subject. Shadows. The shadow is, when you talked about a second dimension, we think the way math and school teaches it, which is extremely like dulling and deadening of the mind, to learn it in okay, I'm writing or I'm going forward and backward, holding the pen on the paper. That's the first dimension, going forward and backwards, and being able to go in any direction is the second. So now you're not just limited to forward and backwards. But if we look at a shadow, it explains that even better, because you just see it and say, wow, this has no straight lines, and it's allowing this thing called a shadow to just crawl over things as I walk, and the sun is on me or something, or a street light or something like that, and then with the street light casting two shadows. So what if something in the fourth dimension can cast a shadow on something in the third dimension?
Yeah.
And maybe the fifth dimension, because if the fact that we see the first and the second, and we can understand that, okay, the first would be forward and backwards, but the second is now you can go side to side. So it's then you got up and down, and that's what gives it the third dimension. So now we can see the second and the first in the example probably best with the shadow, and then maybe going forward and backward on a piece of paper, which now we see that's two dimensions and we're in the third. So the thing that could cast something from the fourth dimension to our dimension, so maybe that's casting the shadow, and maybe even a fifth dimensional object can affect the third dimension, because just the way we can observe the second and the first dimension. This is very in the field of the theoretical, just existence type of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that piano and mirror because I thought that was fascinating.
Yeah, that stuff I'm seeing, like reflection art, I think it's called, right? Reflection art. Some of the stuff is just let me see, piano. What'd you type in? Piano in mirror?
Piano with mirror. I haven't found it yet. I'm looking for it.
I had the picture of it because okay, I got it.
You got it?
Yeah. Mirrors and reflections. Yeah, let me save. I had it before too. I just didn't know where I put it. Let me see. Let's see if I upload. Yeah, this is it, right?
So I'm looking at the piano.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Could that piano be looking at it in the fourth dimension the way it looks? I don't know.
No, I don't think it's fourth. It's more of just setting something up to where the reflection is going to come out, and you can easily like kind of extrapolate and figure out how you can make art like this. To say, okay, I'm going to set up, when I look in the mirror, it's going to, assemble in the mirror. And then from like, when you look at it from real life, you say, oh no, this thing looks like it's not even assembled. So the fact that people can look at this and say, wait a minute, this is amazing. I mean, the fact that the dude, and then you put like the stool there, that's hilarious, man. But the fact that
how would you ever figure that out?
Exactly. This is that's where artists let us see different ways. Being an artist, I look at stuff like this and I say, wow, there's so much that I need to know as an artist. I'm more of a conceptual artist because I think of the ideas, but there's guys like this that are they do so much amazing stuff
I'm curious, when
Uh,
you took those hallucinogens when you're in Amsterdam, did you
uh,
ever see something like this, like any furniture kind of turn into something else?
no, I didn't see it
Hmm.
turn. Well, I saw I had this long table, and I
Hmm.
felt like it got longer, and the room actually got longer. So I did feel that if for a couple of moments, it definitely felt like Alice in Wonderland. So light, I definitely, there was a few times where I felt the light get brighter, and
Mm.
then it went back to the normal lumens. And I asked a friend, I said, did you notice that? And he said, yeah. So we were having, see, now it gives more scientific validity that, wait a minute, how are we, if we both not having the same hallucination.
Yes.
So this light, what I deduced was this light is actually uh, letting, we have a way of using our mind to make the light brighten, and we just don't know how. Kind of like that 80s sitcom show, The Greatest American Hero. He gets the
Hmm.
Superman suit, but he doesn't know you got to take 3 steps and then jump, and that's how you fly. You can't just jump up. So it had rules to the suit. So the rules to the bodysuit that we're wearing, the mind has the ability to do these things, like to see at night, like night vision, without the night vision,
Mm.
to maybe, like, where does the thought even come from where somebody would think that they could think and try to put their hand out, like from Star Wars, and lift something and pull it towards you, the telekinetic abilities, telepathy, to think. Now that makes more sense, to say, okay, I could think, and maybe we could connect through thoughts and talk to each other in that way from a distance that is unlimited. um then you think of other things. It's like they actually did a test on that with Rupert Sheldrake. They would have somebody call somebody in Australia from London, and when they said that, you got a 25% is chance. So 4 people, one of them is going to call you. And if you can guess which one more than once, then it's clearly above chance. And it's not just, 4 times you're going to keep doing repeatedly. And he showed that it proved above chance that it's actually a real science, that we have a sort of a premonition when, and he goes, and it works over, it seems unlimited distance because of the distance from Australia to London. So we have that. And he goes, somebody's calling, guess who it is? So you got to write down, you got 1 out of 4 chance. So if you're getting more out of 1 out of 4, that's more than chance. So it's showing that there's some type of mental ability to be able to detect this thing, um, to detect things. Now that's just touching the top of the iceberg, because with the thing with the mushrooms, where you can feel the light, like somehow it gets brighter. I remember when we looked outside, I saw stars that I never saw before. Now, if I was just a person that looks up at the sky, it'd be different. But I've studied astronomy. I had a telescope. So I was like, man, and I was telling my friend, I said, because he used to look through telescope too, and the binoculars. And he goes, yeah, man. He goes, I think there was like stars that I never seen before. And I said, yeah, definitely. And they looked bigger. I mean, it was just amazing when I think about it. I can still see it in a way. And I went outside because I didn't want him to be, to be, uh, uh, like run, if I'm not watching him, he could run down the street or something. I don't know how hard he was tripping. So, but when we came back inside, and it was wintertime, so, and it was amazing. It was really amazing. Like, he of course had a much stronger trip, but I remember before that I had it's always been a wonderful experience, honestly. The experiences that would be not really good are the ones where you're not, like, where it didn't really get you that much. You want, like, personally, me and this guy in Germany, I mean, he told me in Amsterdam, this guy, he said he likes a strong trip. So I was just like, well, I don't want to be like totally out of it, standing on the top of a mailbox, flapping my arms, like, doing the chicken or something. I want to just have just an experience. Like, really, it's more of a spiritual thing. It's very much more of a spiritual thing, man. Yeah. Yes.
No, definitely, yeah. I mean, see, I take into account all these things. I'm not, go to like with the stream. We talk about the religious zombies. They'll shoot that down. Oh, you shouldn't be doing that. That's the devil's work. Blah blah blah. No, 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 no. A real spiritual person is open to anything, and they don't judge. Number one, and they can learn from that. I definitely learned a lot. I
Hmm.
mean, would I do it? Not because of moral issues. I have too much fear of losing control. I have too much fear of that. Just for me personally, um,
Hmm.
I just don't think I'm meant to get involved in that. I have smoked bud before, and yeah, I didn't like the reaction I
Yeah.
got.
If you didn't have it, like, do you drink?
I drink, yeah.
Yeah, because most people that I notice that aren't really into like the other stuff, or smoking, it's either smoking or drink, So, and if they smoke and they drink, it's usually a cigarette with the drink instead of, uh, bud. But or people that do bud won't drink, So it's kind of
Mm,
like that, And with the yeah, I mean, the beer or the drink, it has an effect. I mean, I can't say, like, it shows me that everybody has their particular thing. Like, yours isn't the bud or the mush, it's more of the beer or the
yeah,
wine or the, whatever. And I
beer or
understand that. Yeah,
alcohol.
it's a different type of thing, like drinking. Like, because when I look at it scientifically, and I'm like, wow, so somebody, because I've drank before, and I've smoked, and the mush and all of that, and other people will, now you're going into different methods of administration of the drug, and the ones that when you look at it, you say, holy smokes, it's just crazy the amount of ways people have figured out how to take drugs. I just can't even believe it. The most common, people will smoke it, but they'll also sniff it in their nose. People, I've heard of guys putting a drop of acid in their eye or some shit, and I'm like, yeah, these guys are crazy. um Licking the toad. The back of the toad contains like some, I don't know if it's DMT or whatever, but a friend of mine from Oregon told me that, I was like, you're just out of your mind. Or they'll scrape the stuff off the back of the toad and dry it. It's like a little, like, I guess, a crystal, and that thing gets you, just straight, whatever. But I'm like, that's going a little too far for me. Other people, hey, great. But I got that shadow art, man. Look at that. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that is something to think about,
That's
right?
amazing.
That is something to think about because I was looking up what would a fourth dimensional body look like, and it would be something. It says here, according to the AI, 4D human wouldn't look like anything we can truly grasp, appearing as shifting, impossible to define forms, or perhaps just slices of its body moving through our 3D space, revealing inner workings, organs, or even appendages, constantly appearing and disappearing as it moves through the fourth dimension. Like seems like God-like glitching entity. I won't continue that, but so something we can't even grasp. And I'm looking at these images, and you know, we see the shadow. It looks like a perfectly like a regular woman, but the other image we can't make out. If we were just not to see the shadow, but just that other image that you're showing, we wouldn't be able to make heads or tails of it. Even the piano, if we didn't see that mirror, could we really say what it was? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was just grabbing something. And I was
Hmm.
hearing, yeah, I
I
mean,
mean, I'm
yeah,
just, that's why I wonder, is that what a fourth dimensional object to our 3D eyes would look like? That's all I'm saying.
it makes me wonder, is it possible?
Hmm.
Like, is it possible to, like, can the second dimension see us? Can our shadow see us?
Good question. Good question. I don't know if it could. I don't know if it could. A two-dimensional object? I have my doubts about that. Um,
I mean,
unless it wasn't truly a two-dimensional object, you know what I mean?
well, I think the shadow to date now is possibly the best example of a two dimension, because
I
even,
agree.
yeah, like writing, like it's goes down to the micron, the nanon, it's going to look humongous.
Hmm.
But what is a shadow?
Yeah.
And we see that the shadow's intensity changes.
Yes. Yes.
The size, I mean, the distortion of it is just, it's some Twilight Zone type of stuff.
I'm just wondering who could ever design that? I don't know. I guess they'd have to be looking
Design
at
the
the
thing that
shadow at the
has the
same time.
shadow.
I guess they'd have to do it with the shadow in the background. I'm guessing. Is that how they create that? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. As Varun, what's up, man?
Nothing MD. I took some time off so that I could come and join the show.
Cool, man. Is everything all right?
No, like right now, coffee picking season is going on, so I'll have to be there supervising the laborers, and I'll have to take into account how much coffee has been picked. Otherwise, they'll start stealing. That's why I'm not able to come regularly.
Oh, wow. What do you think about religious zombies? There was something we wanted to ask earlier. I think we brought up something. Oh, yeah, the Upanishads, the Katha Upanishad, right?
Yeah, Katha Upanishads.
Is that dealing with the guy that went to hell to talk to the
Uh,
devil?
no. They are a commentary on the Vedas. Like they're written by the rishis. They tried to explain what the Vedas means. It's like a philosophical interpretation of the Vedas. Uh, so what the person who went to hell actually to speak to Yama was Nachiketa. Like what happened was that I think he'll go and ask Yama to forgive his father for offering uh, uh, cows that are barren actually to the guests, because sacrificial items that the gifts that are offered after a home or something like that, they should be pure and youthful and fresh. He
Mhm.
gave away cows that are actually like you like what do you say, that are barren. So he'll go somehow locate Yama, go to hell, ask him actually like to forgive his father, and then he'll ask him about divine knowledge. Yama will tempt the child with many things, but he'll refuse, and finally he'll get divine knowledge, and that's how he actually becomes immortal through worshipping death.
Hmm. And that's the last part of the Upanishads?
Um, I, that's not the last part of the Upanishads. It's part of it. Upanishads is vast. It's actually like it explains the Vedas, and the Vedas has no beginning and no end. Vyasa tried to learn all of the Vedas, but when he saw how huge it was, he actually like what he did was he took a small portion of what he saw, created four Vedas: the Rig Veda, the Yajur Veda, Sama Veda, and Atharva Veda.
Mhm.
Atharva Veda deals with sorcery, black magic, and tantric practices. Sama Veda, I forgot what it deals with. Rig Veda deals with medicine, and it's like the book of the dead and bringing people back to life. Rig
So
Veda,
the Rig Veda, it deals with uh reanimating people, bringing
yeah,
the dead back to life.
yeah.
Holy smokes! And it's thousands of years old, right?
No, there's no. It's like ageless. He just saw it and he wrote it because he was a seer, right? He's a scientist. He saw it. It's like ageless. Actually, it's what is written maybe thousands of years old, but actually it's ageless.
Yeah. It goes way beyond the written. Yeah, because the written thing. Yeah, I could
Yeah.
definitely see it going. Timbo, good to see you, man. He says one of my favorite songs, Yama's Messenger by Wow, The Way of the Flesh. Yeah, man. It just mushroom, the magic truffles. Yeah, man. Yeah, that I never tried the magic truffles. They were like those little mushrooms. I think in they were saying in England they call it Liberty caps or something like that. Yeah, it's yeah, man. Yeah, man. This yeah, the Upanishads, man. The Hindu scriptures are incredibly vast. I'm building a library at Vivek's Critical Editions. 20,000 pages. Wow. See, that's the beautiful thing about the internet, man, that you can build a library of Hindu scriptures, incredibly vast. Wow. And you have it online, 20,000 K Wow, pages. That's yeah, it's amazing, man. And you, yeah, as Varun, you definitely know a lot about all of the spiritual type of stuff with the like Mahabharata. The Mahabharata is like that's not the Ramayana or Ramayana, is it?
Ramayana, Ramayana, and then Mahabharata. Ramayana deals with Rama, and Mahabharata deals with Krishna. But the thing is, there is one sage actually who attained immortality. His name is Kakuba Jangar. He's got a crow face and a human body. So he's lived for at least some 5 million years. So he's seen many Mahabharatas and many Ramayanas. He's seen some 16 Krishnas and 16 Ramas. So it's like a
What
cosmic
is
season. It keeps
Mahabharata?
repeating.
What does it mean, Mahabharata?
Mahabharata means great India. The Bharata was one saint, actually. I mean, he was a king who was born to Shakuntala and Dushyanata. Shakuntala was Vishwamitra Rishi's illegitimate daughter because he had sexual intercourse with an apsara, heavenly dancer. And then, like, actually, he became a king. He was the grandson of King Vishwamitra, and in honor of him, they've named the country as Bharata, Akanda Bharat.
Hmm. Wow. Yeah, that tell you the Hindu epic tales are just amazing, man. It's like that's beyond any sci-fi. Matter of fact, they take it to make sci-fi. I'm pretty sure. I mean, yeah, they have some yeah, the Hindu scriptures, yeah, incredible, man. Incredible stuff. It just yeah, man. Yeah, we were talking earlier with Jose. Scribe came on a little, Jamal. So we were getting into you know pretty deep conversation. I noticed you came on when Jake was on, but you didn't get a chance to speak because him and
Yeah,
Zubat just yeah that they were
yeah,
it was
yeah,
a
yeah.
pretty good
And then the
conversation.
connection went off MD.
Uh-huh. Oh, that's
Yeah,
cool.
the connection became weak.
Yeah, they definitely had a good conversation. And yeah, man. I'm just so what's on your mind with religious zombies? Because that was the topic, religious zombie.
And you know how religious zombies are created when the priestly class become hierarchical and very powerful within the religion. They seize power for themselves and they start deluding the masses. The priestly class in every religion are scoundrels, MD. They'll start making superstitious beliefs legitimate just to seize power and to pass down that power from father to son, generation by generation. That's how you get religious zombies. Most of the religious zombies are created out of superstition, and they're very dangerous that way, MD. Actually,
Mhm.
they what they do is they'll start exploiting the masses. They'll start threatening them that if you don't perform this, if you don't perform that, you'll go to hell. You have to pay us this much to perform these rituals. I've seen them do all that, MD. It's not good to be a religious zombie. It's good to actually be introspective about every ritual that you do, every practice that you do, if it's scientifically sound or not. It's good to test everything, actually.
Yeah, yeah, it totally. Religious zombies can be very dangerous, man.
Yeah,
We see what has happened, Jonestown. I could imagine the cults that probably like. I mean, I know India's Most Wanted is way more crazy than America's Most Wanted. I heard you got to get 5 bodies at least just to get on there.
yeah, 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 yeah.
America, like yeah, one body depends on
It's
whose
it
body. Yeah.
over here. The problem is there are too many fake godmen. The Westerners who come over here seeking some kind of spiritual answers to their problems, most of the time they fall in the trap of these fake godmen and their lives are ruined. Most of the godmen in India are fake. They'll either have a sexual assault case on them, a bribery case on them, or they'll what they'll do is they'll keep their monastery as a spiritual institution in name only, but they'll be holding all the black money of the ill-gotten wealth and the politicians' money in their monasteries for a certain fees.
Mm.
So all this goes on over here, MD. And outside he look like a holy man, so he'll get away with many of the nasty things that he does.
That's crazy, in your opinion, basically.
Yeah. I mean, like,
Because he could
one
get
as
caught,
one
right?
saint.
He could get caught, right? Because I'm
Yeah,
saying,
yeah,
in
yeah.
your opinion,
But the
he
thing is,
can't get
even when
away
they're
with it.
caught, the followers are so zombified, they still think that the Swami is being falsely accused and they support the Swami only. That's how badly they're zombified. Most of them are
Yeah.
fake. It's better to stay away from them in most cases, because there was this politician, he gave a lot of black money to this Swami actually. That Swami, what he did was, he kept it for himself and he would get some commission for having kept his ill-gotten wealth. Being a
Well, on
politician, he had.
YouTube, right? On
Huh?
YouTube, have you ever seen the Swami called Sad Guru?
Sadhguru. Sadhguru, yeah. I know about him. There aren't so far. He's clean so far, but I don't know how corrupt he might be in the inside too, because I don't trust many of these religious godmen.
I think there's some videos out where he's not like I think they got some stuff on him.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Anytime when they become institutionalized, they become corrupt.
Hmm. So the ones that aren't, how what's the difference? Like, do they have like knowledge or something?
Yeah, the ones that aren't corrupt will be actually not born through a man and a woman, or they'll be immortal and they'll be doing everything in secret. They won't be caught. Like the ones who become famous, ones who want an ashram or a monastery in their name, ones who have thousands of followers, like Sri Ravi Shankar, ones who have like Osho, these people and all actually are very dangerous. But the ones who are genuine, they'll never be famous, they'll never leave any trace of what they do behind.
Hmm.
They'll believe more in delivering their work, and they'll work selflessly for mankind, and they'll pray to God that they're never born through a human womb, because when you're born through a human womb, the taint of sex is there in your genes, so it can mess you up.
Timbo's got a
So
question. He
yeah.
says, "What's? Did you hear about what's? Because I did hear something about this. They said he said, what's going on in Bangladesh? The news said a Hindu worker. Yeah, they said he was burned too, or something like that because
Yeah, he was burnt. He was
That's
burnt by
crazy.
a.
So they
He
said
was
he's
burnt.
radical over there, or
Yeah. What happened is that when the British, they divided India, they thought that they could divide Hindus and Muslims and rule us forever. So they kept pampering the Muslim League. The Muslim League was a party that was founded by Sir Syed Ahmad Ali. So he got brainwashed by the Muslims, and he started demanding that after India's gains independence, Pakistan should be created a Muslim state for only Muslims. So what happened was that in the northwestern part of India, there were a lot of Muslims. And in the northeastern part also, there were a lot of Muslims. So when India gained independence, because of what the British did, we got Pakistan and Bangladesh. It was known as East Pakistan once upon a time.
yeah.
So, like, what happened is that in Pakistan, there is this province called Pakistan Punjab. They're like a different tribe, and they started exploiting Pakistan as well. They would exploit Balochistan,
And
Khyber
where would
Pakhtunwala,
they?
Sindh for their own materialistic gains. They did the same thing with Bangladesh. They started looting all the resources in Bangladesh for their own
And who are these people?
profit.
Who are these people? Who do
They're
you
from
think they are?
Pakistan, Punjab. All the generals, the army, all of it is from Pakistan, Punjab. Punjab was one big state before. So then you have Indian Punjab that consists of Punjab, Haryana. Then you had Pakistan, Punjab. They were very, very ruthless. The Pakistani Punjabi Muslims. They started harassing the Bangladeshi Muslims as well, and then they started killing many Hindus also and sexually assaulting them as well. Then Indira Gandhi intervened after seeing so many refugees in her country. We defeated them within 13 days. But the thing is that poison was still left behind, and these madrasas and all would travel from Pakistan to Bangladesh, brainwashing the Bangladeshi Muslims to become more extremist. So today, many Bangladeshi Muslims, despite Sheikh Hasina's family having fought for Bangladesh's independence, they're ungrateful and they've forgotten their history, and they're dead against India because we're Hindus actually.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, that's I hope that answered your question, Timbo. He asked it, but yeah, man, it's really messed up, man. It's really messed up. There is when I look at history around the world, it makes me wonder. You know, there are some good religious people without a doubt. But I mean, it has a way, in my opinion, to zombify certain people to the point where they try to spread it. We see this with invasions into other
Yeah,
places. Yeah, like
yeah.
you being in India, you clearly have grown up, with in the history books, the stuff. But yeah, man, we've been streaming for about 4 hours. I figure I'm glad you came on. I don't know what time is it over there
It is 1:13 p.m.
in the afternoon, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, man. You have a great day, man. Everybody in the chat, thank you. We'll talk again tomorrow night. Take care.
Okay, bye, MD.